Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hopefully everybody's doing great. We were planning to go into day 8 of our Lindsay Clancy trial. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can you believe it's been 8? It don't seem like it's been 8 days, but it seems like it's been 8 days. If that makes sense. So like it seemed like it, but it don't. I don't know. It's like a weird 8 days that I'm feeling. Vibe I'm feeling from this trial. I don't know, maybe it's because of all the stops and starts or something like that, but it doesn't feel like it's been 8 days. But nevertheless, it's been 8 days of this mess. So of course they haven't started court yet, which is fine. We'll do our recap for day 7. Thought some things were important about day 7. We kind of started shifting away in regards to the crime scene, I guess, if you want to say. We're starting to focus. We started yesterday focusing more on our injuries, the medication, and we got to hear from the nanny, the dear old nanny, yesterday. So the first person that I know, we heard from the ICU doctor. I know a lot of people are like yelling at the top of their lungs in regards to when people are saying her wounds were superficial. Like you'll go out and they're like, you know, how could they say it's superficial? How could they say it's superficial? Well, I know the defense yesterday with our physician assistant, you know, he had only been, I think he had only been doing it for like 2 years. Yeah. So I think he was trying to attack him in that kind of way, like, hey, you don't even doing this for 2 years. What do you mean that they were not that serious? But he got up on the stand. He did describe how the injuries Lindsay sustained after going out of the window. As far as her, he said he treated her arms. He didn't even say he treated her neck, her wrist rather. Let's say her wrist. Let me make sure, because it's not her arms, it's her wrist. So he said he treated her wrist. Explained that the cuts did require some treatment, but highlighted that they were not immediately, fatal injuries, supporting the argument that this was not, I guess, when she tried to do the little slicey slice right there, it was just not a successful attempt for it, in regards to that. Then we heard from a couple toxicologists in regards to regarding the medication that was found in Lindsay's system, which is going to be very important. There was multiple prescriptions that were presented. Experts also testified about the concentrations that were found in her body. We heard from Justin Brower, which he worked at NMS Labs. We also heard from Nicholas Robert, who was also a forensic person that worked at the labs. He got a new job though, because he don't work there no more. That's what I did figure out when I looked at him yesterday. So this evidence, like, I find it like what she has in her system is going to be like the most important, and what she was prescribed and what she was taking and the pattern between the two. The defense is kind of saying that because of the combination of the psychiatric medications, it contributed to her postpartum psychosis and impaired her judgment. Meanwhile, the prosecution is saying that she was medicated but not intoxicated or poisoned by these drugs, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She planned this out, sending him to the store and everything. They ended the day off. I was really shocked to see this witness come so early. And that's with Elaine Rossi. And that was the nanny who, I can only imagine, we didn't get to see the entire video that she took for Lindsay with the baby holding the bottle and stuff. We didn't get to see all of that. It kind of like came like at the end. We got like a glimpse of it. But I'm pretty sure that was pretty emotional testimony inside of there. She basically was on a stand and she said, Lindsay was a loving mother. She didn't see any problems. She never saw Lindsay mistreat the children, or anything like that. She had no concerns for the kids' safety. So basically she just, I think that she was a neutral witness. I don't think she helped the prosecution. I don't think she hurt the prosecution. I don't think she hurt the defense or anything. I think she just got up there and said what she observed. It seemed like Lindsay was very coordinated, even with going through this fog of life and feeling disconnected from reality at different points of times, or even having her depression and anxiety issues. It seems like that she was still pretty focused on the things that needed to get done. Like, she had a time log for her baby's feeding schedule. She kept notes. She was able to give instructions. It would seem like she had I want to call it a little bit of obsessive control in some ways. The way she did, down to the minute, like 8:36 put down for nap. Like, I don't know if I could ever follow any of her instructions, because remember, her and the nanny, they basically communicated via text message or a notebook, which I find odd. I would think that we would talk a little bit. And she did, disclose to the nanny about her postpartum depression and the things that she was doing. So I think that yesterday was pretty important. Because now we kind of like getting away from the actual scene. We actually getting into uh, why this occurred allegedly, or why it did not, or what could have prevented it, or what she did, and those things. So we will see what we have for day 8. I have no clue. I don't know, but what I do know is I can go in and say our good mornings and good afternoons, and then we can see about getting in court. Of course, they have not started, so whatever. Good morning, Christine. Good afternoon, Merelda. Hey, Christian. Hello, hello. Hey, Film. Hey, Jason. Good morning. Hey, Baca. Hey, Ruth. Hey, Pretty. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully everybody got their coffee and they ready to dive into today. Hey, Ammo. Who is expected today? I don't know. I'm thinking we are probably going to hear from more doctors and experts. I'm hoping Miss Tufts, Jennifer, was it Jennifer Tufts? I think that's the doctor's name. I'm hoping the doctor that first started prescribing the medication will be the first one to actually, will be on the stream, will be today. So we'll see. Thanks for joining us. Let's see here. What'd she say? That's what I want to see. What pills? How many? Were those the ones she should have been on, and a duration of time if it was part of the plan? And see, that's what I think is going to be very important for us to see. That's so even with us going through the list of pills yesterday, even with us going through the list of pills yesterday, it's like some of them are null and void, because like Zoloft, like it had been months. I know that wasn't still in her system, but I'm not saying that it does, with the weaning process or anything like that, it doesn't matter. But it had been a while since she had been on that medication, so I'm not sure how much weight I would give to that. I'm kind of like that. I want to know exactly what she was taking and what she was prescribed at the time. And from all accounts, from what I could see from the silver suit, it appears that the main doctor that I could see is this Tuts lady. Yeah, I heard she has some Google searches that will be coming in at some point in time. I'm not sure what they are. I'm not going to use speculate, but I know one was sure I heard how to case somebody or case someone. I think I did see that. So, of course, like I said, the prosecution, the prosecution at this time, they are definitely trying to push the whole thing that she was very organized. She was in control, whether you like her being in control or not. Her actions were deliberate. Her injuries and her medication levels do not even establish legal insanity. Okay, so they saying that she's not meeting even the threshold for that. And the defense is just going to continue to build on. Lindsay was a loving mother. She was suffering from postpartum mental illness, and multiple medications had her declining mental health, and it finally mentally changed her thinking. Just as simple as that. So I did put a question. I think I did put a question there before we started in regards to with her mental health. Let me see. Okay, I know I thought I pinned one, but I be doing stuff. It didn't pin it. Let me see. I know I did a poll one. That's interesting. So after 7 days of testimony, has the Commonwealth proven their case? it is like almost even all the way. Like like a third say yes, a third say no, and a third say I'm still undecided, guys. So that's just let y'all know where we at with the poll. Kind of all split around. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you did. Look, I'm pretty sure you did, Jason. I can't even imagine you stepping up in here and not saying it. Oh man, oh man. So just to kind of give y'all our plan for today. Oh, they saying the medical examiner is expected to testify today, y'all. And I don't know, because I know we got 3 of them. I just seen an alert come through. So just so y'all know, that's who we supposed to hear from today, the ME. But I know they got 3 of them on the list. I think, what I would like to say is I personally think that it may be early for that. Let me see. I'm just making sure that they have not started. And I also think that another big thing is that they're gonna have to be able to try to figure out how to explain. We need a doctor to come up there and explain this psychosis. Does the person come sit on your shoulder one time? I just, what burns me up about these people that come talk to people is it's never somebody good, like with the kids. Like I'm like, oh gosh, like that people that commit, like they don't never tell you just to go clean the kitchen. They don't never tell you to go wash some clothes, go wipe some walls, go out and do something nice for a person. It is always some evil F shit. I'm like, oh my gosh, so you'll never get the nice person on your shoulder. That never happens. Good morning, Angel. I catched up on yesterday on this trial. Hey, Martina. Sort of. I missed the day, and it's clearly super important. I didn't even notice you missed a day. Yeah, they said it. I don't know how many MEs. I don't know if all of them are testifying because they do have 3 on the list, and I'm assuming they are going to have 3 of them testify. And absolutely, at any point in time, if y'all find any of this testimony very graphic, which will be very graphic, not even the graphic part, just hearing about the kids at different points in times in the beginning was pretty hard. Please definitely take the time to step away. We'll be here. It will be here. After hearing the actual, when the first responders came to the scene, like, I don't know, that part was the rough part for me in regards to the babies. And I'm not saying that I don't know how the ME is going to describe it. I know the jury didn't take the 911 call too well. I think it's going to be a rough day for the jury. That's what I do think. Okay. I will let you guys know. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I gotta see. I think that court should be done by the time. I do have an appointment today, just so you guys know, but I'm almost sure court will probably be done around the time or very close to it. So just a heads up in regards to that. Yeah. Yeah, because 2 o'clock my time would be 5 o'clock their time. And I need to leave at 1 my time, which would be 4 their time. And they've been leaving like 3, 4 anyways. I haven't seen them go past 4, not one day. So we should be done with court by that time. Yeah, I gotta leave a little early because I gotta get my baby and take her to an appointment. And I don't want her to, she can't miss this appointment. Can't have her miss this appointment. It's too hard to get these type of appointments. Yeah, you have to let me know, Martina. I wonder what day did you miss? Not to say that what I could recap for you for that day. I can probably recap what happened that day, but oh, Angel Eyes. Oh, I truly enjoyed it, guys. Definitely, if you haven't subscribed yet, please go over there and check Angel Eyes out. Oh, I enjoyed the panel. It was just so funny because as much, and I said next time I'm gonna have to make sure that I am somewhere sitting or behind a computer screen, because I am yesterday when I came over there, I had just got finished doing my second stream. So I had streamed because we prepping for our new case alert that we'll be covering on Monday. So I just got finished streaming. So as soon as I got finished streaming, I jumped in the car and I went to Walmart. And that's why I was like, okay. I was like, okay, well, I wouldn't mind, but I can't come up there now. I'm at Walmart. And then Walmart led to one thing, and one thing led to another thing, and yeah. And that was my life yesterday. I don't know if they like starting the stream kind of like weird, but I would like to say, Angel, I really enjoyed just the flow, just the it was so natural. It was very nice, just a panel, and just seeing a panel of men up there just talking. It was really refreshing to me. Just hearing you guys talk, and talk about this stuff, different stuff out here. So I enjoyed myself. Yeah, and I seen Christian and I seen Film over there. So yeah, it was awesome to me. And I think that I'm at a point, like sometimes I just I like hearing different people's perspectives, different people's thoughts on things. So yeah, it was a winner to me. Yeah, keep up the work. And like I said, guys, definitely go check him out if you can. I'm not sure when is your next stream. Yeah, I had just got off and I was like, okay, let me run over here to Walmart really quickly and get this stuff done. So I am going to put us, I'm going to put us in court, but we are going to do it a different way here. Only because I like to see the interactions and stuff that they have before court starts. And it looks like our feed that we typically use, they don't catch sometimes they don't catch the morning stuff, so sometimes I have to go to a different feed to make sure we have it all. Because I want
examiner's office. Have you conducted autopsies? I have. Approximately how many? Over 2,000.
So I could tell you,
and
Dr.
have you testified
ME is the first one up here, and maybe that's why they didn't show it to us right away. It was delayed. So yeah, for anybody that wants to know, I can tell that the medical examiner is the first witness on here. Okay. And like I said, if you need to take a mental health break, please, 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 please. Okay, so we are set up here. I didn't. I'll have it together. Look, mommy duties. Okay, so what I am going to do is I'm going to put us into court, and we can we'll start off because I want to see exactly, make sure I don't miss no hot mic in the moments, you know. I want to see, check it out first before we go in the actual courtroom. Okay, so here we go. Gosh, she looks so scary to me, y'all. That's what I will say. She looks scary to me. I don't know, like dark, like a dark person, like dark in the inside, not dark in the outside, but I think like dark.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Come on, man. Stop right here, raise your right hand for a second.
Good morning. You solemnly say that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not. You may have a seat.
See, I'm glad that we listened to. Did y'all hear that part? I'm hoping y'all had some sound. Did y'all have sound? Oh gosh. Hopefully y'all heard that part. Of course, we having a medical examiner come up. There you go again. Talk about he don't know how much evidence they have for the afternoon. He don't know what that's gonna look like, if they gonna have enough or what the case may be. I just find it just like really like funny at times when like, how do you not know this stuff? Like, what are we doing here? Why don't they have this all situated? And he's saying unless they have some stuff with the attorney. So I'm starting to think that, you know, the days after when he be talking about he got to do stuff with the attorneys and stuff, it just sounds like he trying to get home. Is it football season yet? Nope. Is it basketball season yet? Nope. interesting enough. I don't know, but something his schedule is so wishy-washy. So it sounds like there may be another early day, guys, depending on what the evidence is in the testimony, basically off of him. So we are going to have Kimberly Springer. She's the 38th witness, just so you guys know. Wait a minute. No, this is a pretty pen. Oh, I can't believe my baby left me. She left me a pen to sign her paperwork. She may not get this back. Oh, this is pretty. Okay, and it's blue. She may be SOL. She be like, Mom, with my pen, and it's purple, like a lavender. Oh yeah, she may not get this back. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, last warning before we go in here, guys, we are going into the ME's testimony. I know that Lindsay is not probably gonna be able to hold it together over there. I wonder if she's gonna do too much, and the judge be like, okay, enough is enough. Because lately he has been very okay with her showing all the emotion she wants to show. He must not be one of those judges that admonish you for doing that, because some judges be like, no, you bet not do it, not up in here. When Donna tried that stuff with Judge Everett, he was like, look, you will not do that. This is gonna be decided by the jury, not by all this mess you doing. Code checked her. And a lot of judges don't do that. Another judge that did that, I couldn't understand it. Whoever the judge was in the Karina Cooper case, she balled out of control right there. I mean, they did find her guilty, but she was a hot mess throughout the trial too. If you guys seen that, I was like, oh my gosh, she don't stop it. And the judge did not stop her. So I don't know. So let's go ahead and go in here and let's see what we have today. I know he objected already, and his objection is because he doesn't want all the MEs up there testifying, but they kind of have to. I mean, they have to. So unfortunately, he can't stipulate to this. I don't think he can. Hey, Blue, good morning. Okay, here we go.
District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District
Y'all can
Attorney
hear?
Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Nice to see everybody again. Thank you for being here. What I'm going to do is ask you those questions again, and then talk a little bit about today's schedule, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And so the first question, as you probably know by now, is, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Last question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Today's schedule is we have a number of witnesses, so we're going to start as soon as I'm done talking, and then we'll get right back into the Commonwealth's case. We'll take a break mid-morning, and then we'll continue till 1 o'clock, and then I anticipate that we'll go somewhat into the afternoon, but we'll just kind of have to see what the evidence is, if any other issues come up that I have to deal with that doesn't concern you. So with that, I'm going to turn this over at this point to the Commonwealth. Ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Kimberly Springer.
Just for the record, we do the same objection.
Okay, thank you. Same rule.
Come on, man. Stop right here, raise your right hand for a second.
Good morning. Do solemnly say that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not Excuse me, you did not speak.
All right, good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, Commonwealth, could I see Counselor Sylvia for a second?
There we go, sidebar. Typically, he do it before the jury enters. I guess he decided that he wanted to do it today when the jury got there. I cannot with this man. It's always it's the same thing. I could even have our counter ready in the morning because I know he's going to do it.
Does that work better for everybody? Okay, all right. All right, Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kimberly Springer, Kimberley, Springer.
Where do you work?
At the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Boston, Massachusetts.
And are you a medical examiner?
I am.
How long have you done that?
20 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, 4 years of college at Wellesley College in Wellesley, Massachusetts. 4 years of medical school at the Chicago Medical School in North Chicago, Illinois. 4 years of residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology, which is hospital-based pathology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. And 1 year of fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is where I now work.
And throughout that 20 years at the medical examiner's office, have you conducted autopsies?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Over 2,000.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about these autopsies?
I have.
Can you explain to the jurors what is an autopsy?
Yes. An autopsy is a tool by which we examine the whole body in an effort to determine cause of death. And it's comprised of two parts: an external examination, where we look for identifying characteristics such as height and weight, evidence of medical therapy, and evidence of trauma and disease. We may take evidence as appropriate, and then we turn to the internal examination, making surgical-like incisions and examining each of the internal organs, again looking for evidence of trauma and disease, and taking additional samples for other tests such as toxicology.
Now I want to direct your attention to January 29th, 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on Callan Patrick Clancy?
I did.
And when you performed this autopsy, did you follow the procedure you just described, where you did an external examination and then an internal examination?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your initial observations were of Callan when you started the external examination?
Yes. So Callan had some therapeutic procedures in place, or therapeutic equipment in place, including a thermometer in the left nostril, a nasogastric tube in the right, an endotracheal tube down the throat, a Foley catheter draining urine, intravascular catheters in the right hand and right wrist, and an intravascular catheter in the left foot. There was some adhesive residue, possibly from other therapeutic procedures as well, on his chest. And there are additional needle marks that I saw on his body. In general, should I keep going? Or?
Well, what were your general observations?
In general, he was, we measured him at 26 inches long and 24 pounds. He had general edema, and those are the general.
So when you were talking about therapeutic things, are those things that were done by a medical provider at a hospital or some such setting?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say he had general edema?
It means that he had his whole body had more fluid than one would expect in a person, or an 8-month-old who had not been in the hospital. It's very common for someone coming from the hospital to have had been given fluids such that they have excess fluid and swelling.
Did you make observations of any injuries or trauma to Callan?
Yes.
If we could have photo 9960.
Hold on, let me just, members of the jury, I just want to give you, kind of revisit that instruction that I talked to you last week about. If you may remember, we talked about before they played that tape, all right? I just want to remind you that sometimes evidence is presented in a trial that creates emotional reactions. But as jurors who've taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you, as I did last week, you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and the weight from the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of the photographs and testimony that you're going to hear this morning or throughout the whole trial as well. So you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. But you can't find those facts or base those facts on sympathy, anger, passion, prejudice, or pity against either side. So I appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to remind you of that. And with that, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So photo 9960. Is that on the screen, Doctor?
Not yet. Yes. Okay, thank you.
If you could just describe for us what we're seeing here in this photo.
So this is a photograph of Callan at the time of autopsy, and I'm showing a ruler underneath his neck, where above which you can see abrasions, and you can also see some needle marks that I mentioned from therapeutic procedures on his arm.
I'm sorry, if you could use the tool, pressing the top button there, just to highlight the area you're talking about, the abrasions on the neck.
Right here on his right side of his neck, and then in the middle of the neck, and on the left side of the neck.
And if we could now have photograph 663. If you could tell us what we're seeing here in this photograph, Doctor.
This is another photograph showing a bit more closely, again, the abrasions of the neck. There's one on the front of the neck, the shorter one that's about 1/2 inch long by 1/16 inch. For those more familiar with the metric system, a centimeter is 2.5 centimeters is about 1 inch. 1/16 of an inch is about 1.5 millimeters. So this is 1/2 inch by 1/16 inch. And then on the right here, this is about 1.5 inches by 1/16 inch.
And then showing 9952.
May I go back to that for 1 second?
Go back.
For one.
Could we go back to that photo, please? 9960. I'm sorry, 663.
I just want to point out between the ruler and the abrasions, you can see a paler line. That's a normal infant neck fold. That's not a injury.
Thank you. And 9952, please. If you could just point out for us here the injuries of significance to you.
Here, sorry, I think I did that.
We could go back to the prior photo, please.
I got it.
It's the top button.
Yep. Okay, so these again are the abrasions on the left side of his neck, and there's the one on the front of his neck. In addition, on the left side of his forehead is a 3/16 inch by 1/16 inch abrasion, and I think you can also begin to see petechial hemorrhages, which are dot-like hemorrhages underneath the skin on the face.
And what are petechial hemorrhages?
Petechial hemorrhages occur when there is rupture of the small blood vessels underneath the skin surface, and they are from an overpressure of the small blood vessels such as capillaries or venules, and blood escapes out and makes a dot-like hemorrhage.
We could have photo 9954. If you could explain for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
In this photograph is Callan's right side, also showing the back of his neck. So that abrasion that could be seen in the first photo showing the front of his neck, that abrasion continues along about 3 inches in all toward the right posterior or back of the neck.
And if we could have photo 9955, please. Is this a close-up photograph of what you just described?
Yes, I can show that right here.
Thank you. Could we have photo 636, please? And if you could describe for us what you see here in this photo, Doctor.
Well, first the abrasion is in poor focus, but it's in the picture on the left side of the photograph, and then the most in the photograph, one can see those petechial hemorrhages better along the cheek, on the eyelid, all of those.
We could have photo 654, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
Yes, this is an abrasion near the hairline on the right side of the forehead, and that is up here. That is about 3/8 by 1/8 inch.
And then photo 656, please. Can you describe what we're seeing in this photo here, Doctor?
This is looking at the top of Callan's head, and on the top right part of his head toward the front, near the forehead, is a 1/8 by 1/16 inch abrasion.
And then photo 657, please. You can describe what we're seeing here, Doctor?
This is the abrasion on the left side of his forehead with a ruler this time. In addition, the petechiae are also in pretty good focus on this.
And then photograph 9916. If you can describe for us what we're seeing in this photograph, please.
So these are some of the, I forgot to mention at the very beginning, there's a intravascular catheter in the right groin. This is Callan before we took off his medical therapy, and it shows some of the needle marks that he had. So on this is his right lower extremity. This is a look of an intraosseous catheter attempt with a central puncture mark and a round abrasion around it. And then here's the right groin line and the left foot line.
And if we could have photograph 9917. Are we seeing the same thing here on the left leg, those same IO attempt marks?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, are you able to date the wounds to the head, the abrasions and marks on the head? Are you able to say when those got there or how long they'd been there?
I can't precisely, but they have signs of healing in the form of scabbing.
And would that indicate that they weren't fresh wounds that happened the day you saw him or the day prior?
Correct.
In terms of the marks around Callan's neck and the petechiae around his eyes and face, did that give you an indication here of the mechanism of death for Callan?
Yes.
And how so?
It is consistent with a ligature strangulation, given that the abrasions are linear around his neck and there are petechial hemorrhages above those lines of abrasion.
And how is it that when someone is strangled with a ligature, that causes petechiae in the face and eyes?
So what happens is that the blood vessels that supply blood to the neck are compressed. And so there are jugular veins, which are a lower pressure system, and the carotid arteries, which are a somewhat higher pressure system. And so as the vessels are compressed, if there is a backup of blood in the head, there can be an increased pressure in those small blood vessels that I mentioned, and they can rupture, causing the petechiae.
So basically, is it similar to a balloon filling up, but it's not air, it's blood and pressure in the face?
Yes.
And so when that pressure gets too great, is it that the capillaries are basically bursting and causing those little red marks?
Yes. Most texts say capillaries, some say venules, the small blood vessels.
And how is it that this process, the strangulation by ligature, causes death physically? How does it physically happen?
So the blockage of blood, either both to and from the head or just from the head, will cause a lack of oxygen to arrive at the brain. And there can be an element of airway compression as well, such that the lungs can't oxygenate properly. So that lack of oxygen is what causes the brain to die and the organs to fail.
And based on your examination of Callan, did you come to a determination based on your training and experience to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Complications of mechanical asphyxia.
And why is it complications of mechanical asphyxia instead of just the asphyxia itself?
Because he was resuscitated, and so his heart began to beat again. So from the 24th to the 27th, there was a continuation of support of his organs in the hospital. And so if he had a stopped heart at the scene, and in that case I would have just said mechanical asphyxia, but since there was a 3-day hospital stay, I said complications of mechanical asphyxia.
So the word complications doesn't mean that something happened at the hospital to cause his death. It's just that the strangulation caused his death, but he didn't die for a few days.
Correct.
Commonwealth would move to submit the autopsy photos as the next exhibit.
Same objection. Same objection. They may be admitted.
Commonwealth would move to submit the death certificate of Callan Patrick Clancy as the next exhibit.
No objection. That may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
Counsel? Thank you. All right. Thank you. You may step down, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, Counsel, can I see just briefly?
Now, unless he coming to the sidebar to let her know that, look, I know this is going to be tough. They did try to put a motion in to not have her in the courtroom during this period of time, from my understanding. I'm assuming it did not go through because she's in the courtroom. But nevertheless.
Court, all rise. Jurors, please close the door, folks. Place them on chairs.
Okay, so they taking a full-blown break. They gonna make sure she okay. They about to wheel her out. They're not even gonna get the jurors out before they wheel her out like that. I don't know. They doing a little too much for me. Gosh, they weren't even gonna get the jury out.
This court will be in recess.
Gosh. So that break was probably more about her than anything else. Like she looked like she was about to have a tantrum. Look. They ate up. Let me see how long they been gone. They so disrespectful. They've been gone a little bit over 13 minutes. We got 2 more of these to go, I believe. So I don't know what she gonna do. I mean, it got to be hard hearing this information, right? If we come from the viewpoint of her that she has some type of mental breakdown, some type of mental defect at the time, or some kind of psychosis, and you truly didn't want to harm your kids, I can see how this can be like just a little devastating, a little over the top. I wouldn't be surprised like if they pull a real fast one on us, like she can't come back out and they continue on with the evidence and kind of tell the jury, look, I think that's gonna probably be like don't do that. But I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pull something like that. But I mean, if she's truly saying that this is what happened, the medications is what, the person on her shoulder was talking to her, and now she's in her right mind to a degree, she's on medication, she understands at this point in time what was so wrong, but at that point in time, that man, that evil person that was on her shoulder was talking to her, then I guess this is probably gonna be very, very, very hard and traumatizing to listen to, because she's not looking at the photos. I don't even think they have it up on the screen near them. Reddington probably just, declined to even turn on the screen to look at it. But because he's not disputing anything in regards to that part of it. And this is why she wanted to skip the first part of the trial, I believe. Remember, she is the one that wanted two separate trials. She wanted the first trial to determine about the guilt, I guess about the guilt, or if she had unalived the kids, but she was just going to plead guilty to that, so we wouldn't have to get, the who, what, when, where, and why. It was just going to be basically what she wanted it, if in the, I guess not the perfect world, but in her world, what she would have liked to have happen is skip all of the first part. Let me tell y'all what happened, and let's put my mental health on trial. So that's what she wanted, and that's what they're really trying to get to. And I thought we had got to this and we were done with this portion of it, as far as the kids and the crime scene and stuff, because they was getting during her mental health stuff yesterday, and what prescriptions she had in her system. And I thought the ME will kind of come closer towards the end of their case. But I guess they wanted, whatever the reason is, she is here today and she is testifying. You said they ain't sure the stuff first before court. Like, if the jury can do it, she can't. Like, I get it, but come on. I think that, it may be even the jury over there. Because remember, they were emotional during the 911 call. Somebody in court came on a live stream and said that the jurors were, had tears coming down their eyes. Ooh. Had tears coming down their eyes. So visible, you know, and even though the judge is telling them, hey, be a robot. And he told him again this morning, be a robot. Like that's not happening. So I can see why it's happening like that. Martina said maybe she regrets what she did. Yeah, I can definitely see a whole bunch of regret. She probably definitely regret what she did. I'm telling you, like she literally had, and I'm not making this up, she had the white picket fence, y'all. I don't know how it's so sad. That's why I kind of think like in some ways, I already told y'all my position. She need to go to a mental health hospital, but they need to put some restrictions on how long she stay. I think she got to at least do 20 to 25 in the mental health hospital or not ever get out. Like, I don't want her to get out. I just want her to stay in there. I almost think that if she goes to jail, in all honesty, I mean, her lifespan will definitely be shortened considering that she is, you know, paralyzed at this point in time. So there's that. Let me see. Baka said, nope, not buying it. Trunky's so silly. Lynn says she understands everything. Baka, me neither. Me either. Oh goodness. Yeah, she wanted to plead guilty for reason of insanity. You're right, Martina. They didn't let her. For what? No, they didn't. No, no, the Commonwealth didn't let her because the Commonwealth is saying that no, she did this deliberate, like she did this on purpose. And so the Commonwealth want first degree. And I think the reason why they doing is they putting the Google searches, whatever those are when they come in, her sending him out, different stuff like that. I think they're putting it. Gabber says, I mean, if she can't control herself, she shouldn't be allowed to distract the jury with the theatrics. It's totally understandable, but it's been years of her hearing this stuff. It's more or less a show. I mean, she is audible with her cries for help. Like, did y'all see that last part? Like, they didn't even let the jury get out, and they were already wheeling her out. I find that to be really strange. Look, and it almost like she didn't know what to do, because the officer had stood up, and I was like, why is the officer standing up? Because the officer kind of stood up, and look, it's almost like the jury hadn't even left. Like, I don't even think they should have been trying to get her. It was like they was trying to get her out like she was having some kind of emergency. I don't know. But Reddington didn't ask for the sidebar. Of course, you know who asked for the sidebar. Hey, Lee, good morning. Yeah, you can hear her crying, Lynn. You got that right. I know. I don't know how he telling the jury not to do something. I don't know how this judge can believe the jury can do this display doesn't affect the jury. I don't know how he thinks that. Yeah, be a robot is not normal, but he's definitely telling them to be a robot. Blue, you say whatever the outcome is, she is not getting out. Well, yeah, I feel good if she go to a mental hospital for the rest of her life, then let her go. I'm okay with that. I mean, I just don't want her walking the streets right now, or I don't know, because like, then in the same token, it's real weird. I'm like real weird with this, because if we saying she is guilty by because she was mentally insane due to postpartum psychosis, due to the medication cocktail that she was on. If all those things are true, and if all those things are what we believe, then I would think, you know, and the rest of her life was normal. She wasn't a criminal. She didn't have any type of other mental health needs. Then in the same token, I'm kind of like, well, when you look at that, if you say all those things are true, then maybe she can come out into society, right? Because it was the medication that did it. It's not her fault if the medication did it, right? If that's what we are to believe. It's not her fault. It's the medication fault. It's the doctor's fault. It's her. I don't know. I don't know what that feels like. I couldn't even imagine to feel like questioning, is my brain broken? That's deep. And those were the thoughts and those were the things that she was seeing. So I'm kind of like, oh, I know. I'm all over the place with this case, but I'm going to still stick to my guns that I do feel like she mentally insane. I will keep that. Tasha said, my son was recently diagnosed with bipolar last year, and he's been a bunch of ups and downs, but he definitely has known everything he's doing, even in his mania. Oh, nice to share with us, Tasha. That has to be a lot and different. I'm glad that they were able to hopefully, I'm questioning everybody's diagnosis, no harm, no foul. But I'm glad that you were able to find that out in order to get him the treatment and stuff that he needs, and that's a good point. She's saying that he knows everything that he does, even in his mania. And you know, I think it depends on what medication people are on, and everybody's just so different. Everybody's so different, you know, because the medications, I keep going back to the list of medications that she's on, and I'm like, those are standard meds. Like, I don't understand that. But everything works different. Hey, Bambi, welcome in. Too much special treatment for this defendant that no one else get. Yeah. That I will say. That I think the judge is handling her with baby gloves. I will say that. Because anybody else, they would treat you like you the scum of the earth. I don't know. I think maybe the judge empathizes. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But I do see that he's real, and I don't know how, and you know, it's so, I would find it, and I'm really interested to know, y'all. Remember that case that I showed you that this same judge was over, that he would not allow her medical records to come in. And she was an African-American young lady. You know, of course, she probably stayed in the hood. She unalived 2 of her sons. And she tried to claim the same thing, and the judge wouldn't even allow her mental health history to come in. Now, I don't know if that trial was live streamed or not, but I wonder if he gave her the same courtesy. No, she was not in a wheelchair. No, she did not. I don't know if she even tried to unalive herself. But I know she has her stuff on appeal because they're trying to figure out how Lindsay's medical records came in, but this young lady's medical records did not come in. And you know, of course, it's some legalese that I won't get into, but they do have it up under appeal. But I wonder, was he real courteous to her? I don't know. They didn't show the trial, but I just wonder how his demeanor was. This same judge, he handled a case very, very similar, and he wouldn't even allow her to come in, and she got found guilty, and not by insanity. She in jail. So I showed it to everybody last week. Martina said, I think they should keep her out of the room for the Emmy of the kids. Yeah. Exactly, Bambi. That's on this judge. Yeah, he doing a lot. Lee said, look, I'm so undecided on this case. It seems to me she really didn't want the mental help. She refused groups and other support and just went from one doctor to another. Yeah. Lynn said, I think she's trying to distract the jury. The judge need to know, huh, Baca? Tell her to stop that BS. Gabber. Not the at attention. I mean, that's what he did the whole hearing. I don't even know if he blinked. Whatever they had him on, boy, he was womped out of here. And I do mean womped. Martina said, but do you think she was insane but not legally, or that it was a whole plan to survive without the kids? Both would get her a guilty verdict, but in one, there is an evilness added. I personally think that she was trying to probably take all of them out of there. And I don't know if at the end she got to the point where she was scared, she couldn't do it to herself. You know, the cutting, it might have hurt too much, especially if the knife was dull. I couldn't imagine just sitting up there trying to but I'm not in that mental space, so it makes it kind of hard to kind of relate. But okay, so they so I think that she was me personally, that's just my personal opinion, I think that she was trying to take them all out of here, and unfortunately, it seemed like when people are trying to do self-deletion to themselves and they put others in their business, they are the ones that actually survive. I do know that, considering the way she did survive, like I'm like this is like one of these cases, like I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Because in some ways I'm like, I don't think anybody understands like the horror that she is living with in her head in regards to this. Like, out of all of this, even if that was your goal, look at this. You are in a wheelchair. You done lost your husband. You done lost your family. It's clear he got him a new family. And he done went and did right there alone, all the things that I have lost that he done went and remade, that would drive me, if I wasn't insane, oh gosh, that would drive me up a wall. And I gotta be here. So some parts of me like dying, like she done already went through it. Like, I mean, I can't, that's why I said, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, that's messed up. Like, no matter how you want to slice it, like, that is, slice it probably shouldn't be a good word, but no matter how you want to, I can't even say cut it. Okay. No matter how you want to put it, that's messed up. Like, it's like you suffering. Like, I think like she's suffering. Like, and I think that's like bad. Like, oh man, I'm gonna keep saying like, okay, whatever. Yes, Tasha, you definitely have to be honest with yourself and the doctors if those things are true. And I think the one thing that it brings up my spidey sense is like this evil person only talked to her the one time. I'm assuming when Patrick left and it stopped talking. He talked her through getting her to unalive the kids and attempt to unalive herself and unalive herself during this period of time when Patrick was here. She didn't mention anything about voices to Patrick when he came and seen her on the ground. She knew what was going on. She basically told him that the kids were in the basement. She didn't say they in the basement and I tried to unalive them. She basically told Patrick she tried to unalive herself. Patrick sat there for 4 to 5 minutes, guys, and sat there with Lindsay just thinking that his kids were in the basement and they were okay. Lindsay never said, I tried to unalive the kids. Certain stuff about that just is a problem to me. Because by this time, she must have snapped out of whatever psychosis she was in, and the kids were downstairs. Now, I'm not saying that Patrick could have ran downstairs and saved them all or anything like that. But we do know that the baby Colin, they were able to restart his heartbeat. So what about the 4 or 5 minutes maybe of oxygen that he was deprived of that Patrick could have maybe went down there and helped him and saved him or got them here a lot faster? He was sitting up there waiting with her. So it seemed like from that point on, like either was she still, are we claiming at certain points in times that she was still in her psychosis, but even in her psychosis, she was able to tell Patrick, hey, I tried to unalive myself. The kids are in the basement. How about the kids are in the basement? I came out as, oh my gosh, the kids are in the basement. Oh my God, I tried to unalive the kids. That would have been, I just think that a person that's coming out of that, they should probably be doing that. And then speaking about themselves, not to say that it may not change anything, but that's just me talking. Okay, y'all know I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just telling you what things I'm thinking about. So, I don't know. So that's just my thought process on some of this stuff. I don't like, I don't know. And when you start putting little pieces to the puzzle together, even if we gonna say the psychosis part of it, when Patrick got there, she knew enough. She didn't say voices told me to do it. She didn't say any of that. She just said, I tried to kill, I tried to unalive myself. Patrick said, well, where are the kids? They're in the basement. He doing just what a dutiful husband would do. He's taking care of his wife. He's calling 911. He's making sure she's good. Once the people got there, as far as the METs and stuff like that, that's when that man left his wife's side to go down there to check on the kids, only to find out she fucking killed the kids. Like, she didn't say anything. Like, she knew she tried to attempt to kill herself, so she knew that what she had did to the kids by this point. Or attempted to do to the kids. So, I don't know. Y'all do what y'all want with that. Okay, let me stop. I'm putting this back in court because it's about to make me mad at her again. And I already said that I'm going to put her in a mental. I think she should go to a mental hospital. Okay, here we go, guys.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Officer Bilal, bring in the jury. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we're going to now return to the Commonwealth's case. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. Lindsay Rochert.
Good morning. You stop right there. Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give Yes, you may have a seat.
Just watch your step, please.
All right, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lindsay Rochert, Lindsay Rosshirt.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where do you work?
I work at Quincy Pediatrics.
Back in 2023, where did you work?
South Shore Medical Center.
And how long had you worked there at that point?
In 2023, I think I had been there for about 7 years.
And could you just briefly describe for us your educational and training background that enables you to be a pediatrician?
Yes, I completed medical school at UConn and then did my pediatrics residency at Mass General.
And when you were working at the South Shore practice in 2023, were you assigned as a pediatrician for the Clancy family?
Yes.
And how long had you been their pediatrician?
I'm sorry, how long had I, can you repeat that question?
How long had you been the family pediatrician for the Clancys?
I believe I started seeing them around 2019.
And in the practice that you were in at that time, was it just yourself or were there other doctors and nurse practitioners and staff that would treat and see patients?
It was a somewhat large group.
And so would you always be the one treating the Clancy children, or would some of your associates sometimes see the children?
I did all the checkups, but if there was a sickness and I wasn't there that day, they would be seen by another provider.
And by checkup, are you referring to a physical or well visit?
Yes.
And then if, for example, one of the children were ill and the family called to make an appointment, they would see who's available?
Yes, they would always check my schedule first, but often have to see someone else.
And would you have access to their records as their lead pediatrician to review if they came in for a sick visit or something like that to keep yourself updated?
Yeah, often at the time of the checkup is when we will go back and see what visits they've had since the last time we saw them.
This time would move to submit the pediatric records from South Shore Medical Center for Cora, Dawson, and Clancy.
Any objection?
Wait a minute.
They may be admitted.
If we could focus for a moment on Callan Clancy. He was born in May of 2022, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
And you were his pediatrician from the time he was born?
Yes.
While you were his pediatrician, did his mother, Lindsay Clancy, ever talk to you about Callan having issues taking a bottle?
Not that I can remember.
Was there anything out of the ordinary health-wise with Callan?
No.
Was there any issues, or were there any issues with him meeting his milestones?
No.
What about Dawson Clancy? Did he have any health issues or concerns that you were aware of?
If I recall correctly from the notes, I think just a peanut allergy, if I remember, but otherwise he was healthy.
And Cora Clancy, did she have any medical issues?
I think asthma, that was pretty well controlled, but she was also healthy.
Now, in your role as a pediatrician, are you aware of postpartum issues, and are there certain things that you look for in new moms when you're treating babies?
Yes, we're certainly aware of it, and we try to look for any kind of outward signs at some of the initial newborn visits. Do you want me to elaborate?
Yes,
on
please.
that. So, for example, things we might look for would be if a mom is kind of has a flat affect or not really making eye contact or tearful or having trouble bonding with the baby.
And if there are those issues that you see, do you document them in the medical records?
Yes.
And what do you do in terms of treatment or care when you see those things?
Yes. So since we're obviously caring for the child, we are not really able to diagnose or manage anything for the mom, but we do try to connect her with resources, whether Massachusetts has some postpartum resources, or often we'll refer to have her try to contact her OB.
When you were interacting with Lindsay Clancy, when you were treating her 3 children, did you ever see the need to refer her for any of those services?
No.
And did you ever see any of those visible signs that you talked about, the flat affect or anything like that when you were interacting with her?
I don't remember anything like that, no.
Now, I want to ask you about some of the things that are in the medical record that the jurors will see, so that you can just kind of explain what they'll be looking at. Showing you a record here from January 18th, 2023. Issues with the brightness, I'll just bring it to you. You just look that over, and is that consistent with the medical records from your practice?
Yes.
And so, for example, with this visit, Callan Clancy, 7-month-old male, here with mom for bilateral ear pulling and fussiness. So is that typical in the medical records where you'll document the patient being seen, the age, who they're there with, and what the issue is?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you get a history? Say when a kid comes in and they're sick, how do you get the history of their symptoms and what's going on with them?
So we usually do a brief review in the chart just to know what their anything on their so-called problem list for medical conditions, and then in the room we ask the parent the story. In pediatrics, usually we have to rely on a guardian.
Especially when it's like a 7-month-old who can't speak for themselves. So it would be whichever parent or person is there giving you their concerns and the symptoms and communicating with about what's going on.
Yes.
And if there were any issues with communicating with the parent present, would that be documented in the medical records?
Yes.
And you saw Cora Clancy on January 24th, 2023 for a physical, correct?
Yes.
And as you stated earlier, prior to seeing her for the physical, did you look over her chart to see if she had been in recently with any illnesses or anything like that?
Yes, I would have done that.
And so would you have seen this note when her mother brought her in on December 27th, 2022, with some vomiting and sore throat?
Yes.
And again, if there had been concerns at that appointment, they would have been noted in the record?
Yes.
And then as the pediatrician, if you'd seen some concerns, would you have addressed them with the parent?
Yes.
And that didn't happen on January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And speaking specifically to January 24th, 2023, that was Cora's 5-year physical, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes in the record it's called a well visit?
Yes.
And what were your observations of Cora that day?
As far as I can recall, it was a very normal visit. Cora seemed to be behaving normally. I mean, no kid's happy to be there for a checkup, but I didn't notice anything out of the norm. She seemed perfectly well behaved, and mom seemed appropriate as well.
Mom seemed appropriate?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior or interaction with you?
No.
Was she able to give you a history of how Cora was doing and what milestones she was meeting?
Yes.
Was she able to answer your questions?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her at any point?
No.
Did she seem to have any trouble understanding you?
No.
Did she have, visible tears or a flat affect or anything like that?
No.
Did you have a discussion with Lindsay Clancy about Cora having some stomach aches?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation of that and your recommendation?
So we talked about the belly pain she was having. From what I could tell, I thought constipation might be possible. It's something we see a lot in kids. So I had suggested we try Miralax, which is a common stool softener we use, and wanted her to see me within 2 weeks if Cora wasn't feeling better.
Okay. And when you recommended the Miralax, was Lindsay Clancy receptive to that?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
What's the time frame that you dealt with the Clancy children? Because you took care of all three of them, right?
All three.
Right.
Yeah. Cora, I believe, was around 9 months old. So I want to say that I saw them from about 2019 until 2013.
And when you would see the children, who would bring the children to see you for the checkups? Was it Lindsay, or was it Lindsay and Patrick, or was it?
I think that Lindsay and Patrick came together for one of Cora's checkups, but as far as I can remember, every other visit was always Lindsay.
And being an experienced pediatrician and being very protective of your patients, little kids, you're always looking to see if there's anything out of the ordinary, bruising, anything indicative of any type of psychiatric problems they may have, stunted growth or anything. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're always on the lookout for anything else, even if it's not mentioned to you, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever notice anything like that on the Clancy kids?
No.
Did they seem healthy?
Yes.
Did they seem happy?
Yes.
And in all the times that you would see Lindsay with the kids at your office, did she appear to be a doting or concerned mother for the children?
Yes, she did.
One of the questions that the DA had asked you is whether or not you're familiar with postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, things of that nature. Would you agree with me, in your experience, extensive as it is, that a person can be suffering from postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis and still talk?
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to explain to answer that well.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was Lindsay the type of person, to your observation and your treatment of her, that she was kind of like, was she like a complainer? Would she complain to you about the kids being a pain in the neck and that she was aggravated with the children or anything like that?
Not that I remember, no.
In all of the times that you had seen her, let's focus, say, on the year of 2022 up through 2023, January 24th, when you saw the children, I'm sorry, Cora, I believe it was, last. Counsel had asked you whether or not you made any observations that you would have noted if she appeared to be suffering from any symptomology of postpartum. Do you recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And in your treatment of the children and in your observations of Lindsay, did you know, or did she indicate to you, or did Patrick indicate to you, or anybody indicate to you, that in October of 2022, she was seeing a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know Dr. Tufts?
No.
Did you know that after seeing Dr. Tufts that she was placed on a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, Zoloft?
No, I didn't know that.
And again, you're the pediatrician. It's not your job to pry. I mean, if you see something, you would make note of it and try to help them out. But I mean, if they don't tell you, you don't know, right? Did you know, fair to say that you didn't know that she was then seeing a Dr. Paul, and then Paul left the practice and nurse practitioner Gelada?
I didn't know that.
Okay. Do you know them?
No.
The only reason why I ask if you know them is that South Shore Medical Center, is that affiliated with South Shore Hospital?
I believe it was already owned by the hospital at that time.
Okay. Latasha Dukes, nothing about her.
No.
Any medications? Did you know about her being on any medications?
No, I didn't.
She didn't complain to you and say that she had insomnia and that she was unable to sleep or having difficulty like that?
Not that I can remember.
Did you know that she called the suicide hotline twice towards the end of December?
Overruled.
I did not know that.
Okay. Did you know that she had been to Mass General Hospital and then ultimately on New Year's of 2022 into 2023 self-admitted to McLean Mental Institution?
I didn't know that.
So when you saw her on January 24th, you did not know that she had been to McLean Hospital and had been on medications or anything, right?
That's correct.
Because again, she wasn't a complainer.
Correct.
She was a hell of a mother, wasn't she?
I always thought she was a good mom.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Susan Freyon.
Morning.
Morning.
Hi. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susan Freone, SUSAN FRAONE,
And your date of birth?
11/26/82.
Where do you work?
Learning Sprouts,
And how long have you been working at Learning Sprouts?
almost 6 years.
What is Learning Sprouts?
Preschool daycare,
What age range of kids attend Learning Sprouts?
15 months to about 5 years.
And what age range do you teach?
The about 3-year-olds to 4-year-olds.
And back in January of 2023, what age range were you focused on
The
teaching?
3-year-old, 4-year-olds.
Was Dawson Clancy in your classroom?
Yes.
When did he start in your classroom?
September of 22.
And did you know Cora Clancy as well?
Yes.
How did you know Cora?
Most of the teachers help out in all the classrooms, so we get to know all the children.
And did you teach Dawson from September of 2022 until you went on maternity leave later on in 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what month that was in that you went on leave?
November.
Prior to going on leave, so from September to November of 2022, were there any issues with Dawson?
He started having harder drop-offs around mid-October, I would say.
Is that typical for that age, or is that something unusual?
Sometimes, yes. It was a little not typical for Dawson.
So prior to that, he was fine at drop-offs, and then sometime in October, drop-offs became a little harder for him.
Yes.
And did that resolve over time?
Sometimes he would have better drop-offs, other times. But then I went on leave, so.
And after you went on leave, sometime after Thanksgiving of 2022, did you see Lindsay Clancy, Dawson's mother?
Don't really remember. I think I did.
Do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay where she asked you how your baby was and how you were doing?
Yes, we did have a conversation at some point because I was still bringing my oldest daughter to school every day.
Okay. And so you had your child in November, and then this conversation is sometime either around or after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And when you had this conversation and interaction with Lindsay Clancy, was that at the school?
Yes.
And how was her demeanor?
Fine.
Was it any different than any other time you had seen her?
No.
Did she appear to understand you?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding her?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her at that time?
No.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
So if you had seen anything about Dawson's behavior or about the parents' behavior at any point that caused you concern, you would have had to report that, correct?
Yes.
And at no time did you make any reports about the family or the children or the parents?
No.
When you had that conversation with Lindsay Clancy sometime in November of 2022, did she ever say anything about insomnia or not feeling well or being depressed or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Cross?
Morning.
So how long did you, in your capacity as a teacher at Learning Sprouts, know the Clancys?
I started at Learning Sprouts in November of 2020, and Cora was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop-off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asked you were there difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And
I don't even know what
that would be
happened.
the-
Wait a
the
minute.
child would cry.
I
Maybe
don't
the
even know what
parent either. I
happened.
don't know, but,
Let me see. Wait a minute.
Would, so did
I don't know why it
did
takes
they
my
have
screens
difficult
away.
drop-offs on occasion, I
tried to
guess? That
pull it up
Dawson
on
would
the
cry?
screen.
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem
rewinded a
concerned as a
little bit.
parent?
I
Sorry.
wasn't seeing as much
Yeah,
of
I don't even
Lindsay.
know how to get
I was
it back.
seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And,
Oh, here we go. Damn
and
it.
Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora?
You must
Yes.
didn't want to hear this part.
Thank you.
Was in preschool at the time.
Okay. So you obviously saw the kids on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
And forgive me, what is a drop-off? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
When the parents drop the children off at school.
Okay. And when district attorney asked you were there difficult drop-offs, what does that mean?
Sometimes when parents drop the children off, they'll be a little clingy or they cry. Excuse me.
Okay.
Or they cry.
And that would be the child would cry, maybe the
Yes.
parent either, I don't know, but
Times.
would so did they have difficult drop-offs on occasion, I guess, that Dawson
Yes.
would cry?
Yes.
How would Lindsay react? Was she okay? Did she seem concerned as a parent?
I wasn't seeing as much of Lindsay. I was seeing more of Patrick.
Okay. And Dawson appeared to be healthy and happy and engaged,
Yes.
as well as Cora?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Please sit down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Susan Bertolo as its next witness, please.
Come on now, stop right there, raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the truth
This way, please. Watch your step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Okay.
All right? And keep your voice up so we can hear you.
Okay.
All right. Commonwealth.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Susan Bertolo.
And if you could just speak as loud as you can into that microphone, okay?
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Bertolo.
And what city or town do you live in?
Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And where do you work?
Leaping Frogs Preschool.
Prior to working at Leaping Frogs, did you work at another preschool?
Yes.
Where was that?
Learning Sprouts in Duxbury.
And how long had you been with Learning Sprouts?
4 years.
Did you teach a particular age group at that preschool?
Yes, I taught the older preschool group.
Okay, and at Learning Sprouts, are the classes kind of divided up in some way?
They're divided by age, like toddlers, younger preschool, older preschool.
And is there a particular label to the rooms that they're in? Are they referred to in a particular way?
Yes, we were sunflowers.
So your group, the 3 to 5 year olds, is the Sunflower group?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about how the day is broken up for kids in the Sunflower group?
Sure. So some children came in early at 8, and then the rest of the kids came in at 9:15. And then some were half day and some were full day.
And as far as, excuse me, your role with the kids in the Sunflower room, you primarily interacted with them in the mornings, correct?
Correct.
And when the kids get dropped off, is it fair to say the bulk of the kids get dropped off around 9?
Yes.
And does that happen kind of like in a wave where parents drop off and they're kind of taken into the room as a group?
Yes, so the way our classroom was set up, we met them. They were dropped off to us at the door, and then we brought them into our classroom.
And they stayed with you in that classroom throughout the morning, correct?
Yes.
And the kids who stayed for the afternoon, did they stay with you in the Sunflower room or did they go someplace else?
No, they did not stay with us. We closed up our room, and our kids, the majority of our kids, we had a couple, went over to the Sweet Pea room, which was across the hall.
And so are you familiar with Cora Clancy, or were you familiar with Cora?
Yes.
And was she in the Sunflower room with you?
Yes, she was.
Drawing your attention to September of 2022, what was her schedule, if you can recall?
I believe she was scheduled, I don't remember the days. I think she came 3 days.
Okay, and for the 3 days that she came, do you remember if she was just in the morning group, or were there any days that she eventually did an afternoon?
So in the beginning of the year, she was 3 days and then went full day. And then towards the end of her time in our room, she did one afternoon, I believe. No, I'm sorry, one half day.
Okay, so fair to say you then interacted with her at least 3 days.
Yes.
In the morning, and then she went to the Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
And who was the teacher in the Sweet Pea room?
Stephanie.
Would you be present when Cora was dropped off in the morning?
Myself or my coworker, Karen. We took turns.
And fair to say there were always the two of you assigned to one room with the number of kids in the class?
Correct.
Now, as far as drop-offs for Cora, did you have the opportunity to interact with parents at drop-off?
Briefly.
And for Cora, who used to drop her off?
Both parents dropped off, Pat and Lindsay.
Did you see one parent more than the other?
I recall seeing Pat more, but we took turns, so we didn't really ask each other who dropped off.
When you say we took turns, you mean yourself and Karen?
Karen, correct.
Now, with the limited interaction at drop-off, did you have opportunities to interact in other ways with parents?
Yes.
And how did you interact with parents in other ways?
Email, or typically our class dojo, which is an app for the class.
And that's something that can be done on the phone or a computer?
Correct.
And were the Clancys, meaning Patrick and Lindsay, fairly active or responsive to the dojo app?
Yes.
And do you know or do you recall who would be more responsive?
Lindsay.
How was Cora as a preschool student?
Amazing. She was wonderful.
Was she, in your opinion, ready for kindergarten?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 23rd of 2023. Do you remember Cora coming that day?
Yep.
And do you recall who dropped her off?
I do not.
Did you notice anything different about Cora that day?
Yes.
And what was different?
She needed to use the bathroom several times more than she normally would.
And is there a reason why that kind of stood out to you, that she used the bathroom more than often?
Yes, because our classroom did not have a bathroom in it, so we would go down at scheduled times before snack or lunch, and if a child needed to go, one of us would take that child, and that particular day, she went several times extra.
And so between you and Karen, you were kind of taking her more often to the bathroom. Was she complaining of any belly pain or any other issues?
She didn't complain.
But the fact that she asked to use the bathroom was of note to you?
Yes.
And when Cora transitioned that afternoon to go to the Sweet Pea room with Stephanie, did you pass along those observations to the afternoon teacher?
Yes, I did, because that was something that you would want a parent to know. It was unusual.
And during that morning group, you didn't feel it was necessary to reach out to either Patrick or Lindsay to report that, did you?
No.
Okay. But you reported it to Stephanie to pass along for the afternoon?
Correct.
And on that particular afternoon, were you at Learning Sprouts during pickup time?
Yes, I was.
And that wasn't always the case, was it?
Not every day, but I often would help out in the toddler room if they needed me to stay, and that is what I had done that afternoon.
So on that particular afternoon at pickup time, did you have the occasion to see Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with her?
Yep, we spoke quickly, and I just was letting her know, and she did already know, but we just spoke quickly that she had gone a few times.
So you were letting her know about Cora going to the bathroom?
Correct.
And how did she respond when you told her that?
She said, I don't remember exactly the words, but basically that she wasn't glad that she wasn't feeling well, but she already had a doctor's appointment the next day so that she would let them know.
And that interaction was fairly brief, correct?
Correct.
But appropriate?
Yep.
And they left that day?
Yep.
Did you notice anything different about Lindsay Clancy after you told her that or in that brief interaction than any of your other interactions with her?
No.
And you are a mandated reporter at the preschool?
Correct.
So if a child were to come in with any concerning marks or bruises or was saying something about things that were happening in the household, you would be required to report those to the Department of Children and Families?
Yes.
Any concerns or reports regarding the Clancy family at all during the time that you were Cora's teacher?
Never.
And do you recall if Cora ever mentioned to you during class, during the time that you were teaching in the morning classes, a time when her mom was in the hospital?
Yes.
And what do you recall about that?
Just that she missed her mom, and she was vocal about that.
Do you remember about when that was, that she said something about her mom being in the hospital?
It was I can't remember if it was in December or January. I just remember that it was said.
But fair to say it was closer in time to the last time you saw her as opposed to the beginning of the school year?
Yes.
Just to briefly go back to Cora's schedule, I know you say you can't remember exactly which days she came, but by January of 2023, Cora was coming for 3 full days and 1 half day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Stephanie Williams as its next witness, please.
believe the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you, ma'am. You may have a seat.
Watch your step.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your
Okay.
voice up. Pull that down a little bit
Yes.
for you. That's it. All right. Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Stephanie Williams?
And Williams, that's just common spelling.
Yes.
What city or town do you live in?
I live in Sagamore Beach.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a pre-K teacher
And where do you work?
at Learning Sprouts Children's Center
And where is that located?
in Duxbury.
And how long have you worked for Learning Sprouts?
About 6.5 years.
What age group do you teach?
I generally teach the pre-K children, the 4-year-olds that are going to be turning 5 and going to kindergarten.
And at the Learning Sprouts preschool, fair to say that the different rooms are given a name?
Yes.
Okay. And what room did you work in, or do you work in?
Currently, right now, I work in the Sweet Pea classroom. When I first started there, I worked in the orange classroom.
And I'm going to draw your attention to the fall of 2022, September, into January of 2023. Were you in the Sweet Pea room then?
Yes,
And how many people would, teachers would be in the Sweet Pea room with you?
I was the only teacher in that room.
Was it a full day program for you in the Sweet Pea room?
Yes.
And were there some kids of that age group, the 4 and 5-year-olds, that would only be there in your Sweet Pea room in the afternoon?
Yes.
Those kids, where would they usually be in the morning?
In the sunflower class.
And fair to say, the sunflower class was more academic curriculum based, and the Sweet Pea room was not in the afternoon.
No. Oh, in the afternoon, yes.
So tell us a little bit about what afternoons would be like.
Basically, they would go outside to play. They would be playing in the room. They would take rest time, and then they would get up, have an afternoon snack, and then if there was time permitting, they would be able to play in the classroom or color, do artwork.
And generally, the afternoon kids in the Sweet Pea room, they'd go until 4, right?
Yes.
And that was the time for pickup for most of the kids?
Yes, that's when we close at 4 o'clock.
Okay. Did you know Cora Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I was Cora's teacher when I first started at Learning Sprouts when she was 3. Mm-hmm. And then she came into my classroom in the afternoons from September to January.
So from September of 2022, when she's still 4, into January of 2023, after she had turned 5,
Yes.
she would come 3 afternoons into your classroom?
It was first 3, then it switched to 4 afternoons.
Now, when she would come to your classroom in the afternoon, what would she be coming into? Is it snack time, nap time, rest time?
Usually it would be getting ready for rest.
And would she be brought to your classroom by one of the teachers downstairs or at the sunflower room?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Susan and Karen as the teachers in the sunflower
Yes.
room? Now, how would you describe Cora?
She was a sweet little girl who loved her little brother. She loved to draw, play with babies, play princess. She liked Princess Sophia.
How did you know she liked Princess Sophia?
Because she would pretend to be Princess Sophia, and she always talked about it. And I had actually bought a Princess Sophia puzzle for her.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to January of 2023, more specifically the 23rd. Did Cora come to your classroom that afternoon?
Yes, she did.
And did you observe anything different about her?
She hadn't been feeling well, and the teachers from the sunflower class had told me that she wasn't feeling that well.
Did you observe that of her as well?
Well, she did nap, and then she when all the other children were getting up and getting ready to leave, for the day, she was reluctant to get up off her cot and was still there when her mother came to get her.
Did Cora say anything to you why she wasn't feeling well? If she just
I think she just said her tummy hurt.
And so you just kind of let her rest for the afternoon. And so who picked her up that day?
Lindsay.
And so normally in pickup, does a parent come to the classroom to pick up the child?
They usually come to the door and we send the child out.
And that would just be the door of the classroom, not the building?
Yes, because I had a door that led outside.
Okay. So on this particular afternoon, Lindsay Clancy came to pick Cora up at the door. And so what, if anything, did you tell Lindsay?
I told her that Cora had napped and she had said she wasn't feeling well, that the other teachers had told me that she hadn't been feeling well and that she was still laying on her cot.
And what did Lindsay say or do after you told her that?
She came into the classroom and picked her up off the cot and said, "Oh, baby, come on, let's go get Dawson and we'll go home."
And so at that moment, when she came to the classroom, she hadn't already picked Dawson up?
No, she went upstairs to pick Dawson up.
And when she came into the classroom and told you that and picked up Cora, did you notice anything different about her than any of the other times you had interacted with her?
No.
In any of the time that you had interacted with Lindsay Clancy from September of 2022 to January 23rd of 2023, did you notice anything different about her?
No, she was just a very loving mother who cared about her children.
And did she share anything with you about her family or about anything that was going on in her household at that time?
No.
And you, as a preschool teacher, are a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes, I am.
So if you were to observe something either on the child or from what the child said or behavior of a parent, you would be required to report that?
Yes, I would.
And as far as the Clancy family went, you didn't notice anything and you didn't report anything, did you?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. May step down. Thank you.
Watch your step.
Commonwealth calls Andrea Hennigan.
Good morning. Can you stop right there, raise your right, the clerk, please? This way, please. Watch your step, please. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. Keep your voice up so all the jurors can hear you, okay?
Yes.
All right. Perfect. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Andrea Hennigan, AndreaHennigan.
And your date of birth?
March 11th, 1976.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts General Hospital.
And do you work at any specific department there?
Labor and delivery.
How long have you been a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General?
25 years.
And as part of your training and work in labor and delivery, are you trained in recognizing or helping new mothers who seem to be having issues with postpartum?
Do you mean postpartum depression?
Yes.
I don't have formal training in that area, and I mostly see women before they give birth and immediately afterwards, in the first 2 hours after they give birth. If they come back to the hospital during the postpartum period for a concern, we do screen patients for postpartum depression.
And is that all the nurses that work for the Mass General Hospital labor and delivery unit are able to do those great screenings for postpartum depression?
Yes, we ask patients questions about if they're suffering from depression or anxiety, and if they have any feelings of wanting to harm themselves or anyone else. That's a standard admission question.
And if these patients respond that, yes, they are having issues with depression, anxiety, or wanting to harm themselves or others, what do you do with those patients? Do you refer them to somewhere, or do you give them materials? What do you do?
Well, we would talk more about their symptoms with them, and then the first step would probably to be alert the provider who's caring for them, either the doctor or the nurse midwife in our setting, and get social work involved.
Now, while you were working at Mass General Hospital, did you work with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
How long did you work with her?
The whole time she worked on our unit, which I believe was 7 years.
And so when you say our unit, she also worked in labor and delivery with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to seeing her at work, would you also socialize with her occasionally outside of work?
Occasionally, yes.
Directing your attention to after Ms. Clancy gave birth to Callan, which May of 2022, so after May of 2022, did you reach out to her, talk to her in any way?
Yes, I saw Lindsay twice from when Callan was born until January. I saw her in June and in November, and we would send each other text messages.
When you saw her in June, where was that?
That was at her home. I brought some lunch for her and visited with her and the baby, and Patrick and Dawson were home.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor during that visit?
Very good.
Was she her typical self?
Yes.
And how long was that visit for, approximately?
Maybe 2 hours or something like that.
And you said the next time you saw her was in November of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And where was that?
It was a restaurant in Hingham. We met for lunch.
And when you met with her for lunch in November of 2022, did Ms. Clancy talk to you about some issues she was having with sleep and anxiety?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you about that?
During the lunch specifically, I don't remember her exact symptoms. Our conversation surrounded her upcoming return to work, and Lindsay was feeling that she wasn't in a mental state ready to go and take care of patients. She talked about insomnia and some not feeling herself. I believe she might have used the words like brain fog or something like that.
And while you were having lunch with her and having this discussion, did you ever have any trouble understanding what she was saying?
No.
Did she ever appear to have difficulty understanding what you were saying in response?
No.
Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
Not that I recall.
When you were discussing these issues with Lindsay about having some insomnia and being concerned about going back to work, did you give her any advice or do anything to help?
Yes, it was myself and 2 other nurses that we work with who Lindsay was friends with outside of work, and we were all encouraging her to get the help and support that she needed with medication if needed, and therapists, and giving her any ideas we could think of in our personal and professional lives that may help her.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was looking to find some type of medication that would help her sleep and help her with her anxiety?
Yes, I believe we talked about medication, and she was going to be meeting with a new therapist shortly.
And during this conversation or after it happened, did you ever have any concerns about her harming herself?
No.
Did you ever have any concerns about her harming the children?
No.
Did you give her some names of obstetrics or social workers?
I did. After our lunch, I recall that I reached out to another friend of mine who had had a pregnancy loss that was challenging for her and had met with obstetrical specific social workers and support groups. And I asked that woman, could you share those names? And I sent them to Lindsay.
Okay. Did you have some text messages between yourself and Lindsay around Thanksgiving of 2022 in which she told you about a program she was going to try?
We did have text messages around Thanksgiving. I believe the program you're referring to was something that her mother-in-law had told her about at South Shore Hospital that was more specific to perinatal issues rather than a general social worker, someone who specialized in this area.
What does perinatal mean?
During pregnancy, birth, and after birth.
So this was a program more focused on women either during their pregnancy, while birth, during birth, or right after birth, as far as you know?
I mean, as far as I understood it, I just understood it to mean someone who was familiar more with postpartum depression or anxiety, was my understanding.
Okay. And did you also receive some text messages from Lindsay Clancy right after New Year's on January 2nd, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what that exchange was?
Again, that was with myself and Lindsay and the two other nurses who she had confided in, and we asked her how her holidays were and could we get together again in the new year. And she said, I can't get together right now because I'm involved in an intensive program, but hopefully soon.
Okay. And did she wish you a Happy New Year?
She may have, I do not recall.
And did she tell you that she was in fact at that time at McLean Hospital, or did she just leave it more vague that it was just an intense program?
I believe it was an intense program. I did not know the name of the facility at that time.
Did you at that time know that she was currently at a hospital?
I don't recall what I knew then versus what I know now.
Did you also speak with Lindsay on January 23rd, 2023?
I did not speak to Lindsay. I sent her a text message on January 23rd.
And what did you say in your text message?
I'm paraphrasing, but I believe I said, hi, I've been thinking of you, wondering if you're still in the daily program, I believe I said, so maybe I didn't realize it was inpatient. And she responded.
And what was her response?
Again, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, I'm no longer in the program. I'm continuing to work with my psychiatrists to find the right medication that will allow me to sleep at night but still function during the day. I've had a lot of bad or negative side effects from the medication, so I've had to come off of them and go on new ones, and it's been very difficult. Okay. Or has taken a long time or something like that.
Okay. And after those text messages that were exchanged on the 23rd, did you have any concerns that she was going to harm herself?
No.
The tone of the text messages, were they more positive and hopeful that things were going to work out on the right medications?
I don't know that they were more positive than previous times. I believe that Lindsay was always hopeful that she would get the care that she was seeking, so I don't know that the tone was different that day.
But it wasn't a negative tone, it was that same kind of hopeful tone?
Yes, as far as I remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
So even during the say, the difficult times that she had, she was always trying to be hopeful and always tried to have a positive outlook on her health.
That was my impression, yes.
And you obviously are a good friend.
Yes, I believe so.
And you've known her for what, 7 years? 9 years now, right?
Yes, I believe since 2015, if that's when she began working at Mass General.
Right. So she was like a 24-year-old kid when she first started there, right?
Yes.
And you basically knew her right out of nursing school, all the way up through,
yes,
till she finally had the baby, the last baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, what was her work ethic? Was she a good nurse? Was she a caring nurse? Tell us what your observations were. Granted that you're a friend and you might be biased, but tell us what you thought.
Yes. Lindsay loved being a nurse and was excellent at it. It was a second degree for her to go to nursing school. And you could tell with Lindsay it was more of a calling, that she really cared so deeply, specifically about caring for pregnant women and women giving birth. She was very attentive to all of her patients' needs. She was very smart, and mostly she was incredibly nurturing and caring.
Thank you. And during the period of time in the fall of 2022 up through Thanksgiving of 22 and then into 23, you obviously, as a good friend, stayed in close contact with her, texting, seeing her, dinner, lunches, and everything, right?
Yes.
And then when you and some of the other nurses would go to a lunch, for example, if I understand correctly, on one of the luncheons that you had in the fall of 22, she was telling or sharing with you the fact that she was going through a difficult period.
Yes.
Told you that she was not in a good mental state, that she had a lot of insomnia, and she even described it as brain fog, right?
Yes, I believe so. She definitely used those words in our text messages, as the fall progressed, but I believe she used those words during the lunch. She definitely said that she was in a difficult mental place and didn't think she'd be able to go back to work.
And she told you that she was actually actively treating with medical personnel. Did she say a psychiatrist, psychologist, or just seeing doctors, or what did she say?
Yes, she talked about therapists. She talked about going on medication. At some point in that month of November, she said she had even gone to the emergency department.
Did she tell you that she was having negative side effects with the medication that she had been prescribed by these doctors?
She did. She did not elaborate on the side effects, but she did say that multiple times.
So as close as you were for all those years working together, and you guys worked together through the COVID too, right?
Yes.
Is that a bonding experience for nurses?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you ever observe her? Was she a complainer? Like, would she come and complain to you, or was she pretty much private but would share her opinions of what was happening inside of her with you?
She was not a complainer about work or home or anything, but we were friends, and she did share more personal details with me.
And when she was working, would you guys be working on the night shift, or would you work in the afternoon? Or
the night shift.
Night shift. Mm-hmm. So did you ever see her go on her phone and access cameras to see what was going on at home with the babies or anything like that?
Yes.
Is that something that she would do on a regular basis, staying in touch with the family and looking at the cameras?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
Not specifically.
Okay. She, to your appearance or to your observation, appeared to be very concerned about her kids, right?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her complain that she wanted to leave behind the life that she had and basically move on, something better?
Oh, no. Lindsay, from the time I met her as a young woman, very much desired to be a mother and have a family.
And she did share with you that her mother-in-law actually referred her to somebody for some help as well, correct?
Yes.
In the holiday period, you guys stayed in touch again. You were texting her, and that's when she was, now we know she was in McLean Hospital, but she told you she was in an intensive program, right?
Correct.
In other words, she didn't say, I can't go to lunch with you guys because I'm in a mental hospital. She basically said, I'm treating my problems.
Correct.
To your years of dealing with Lindsay and seeing her with her kids and her family, what's your opinion of her as a mother?
Lindsay was a very loving, caring mother. This is exactly what she wanted to have. She wanted a big family. She was happy to have her children close in age.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Please step
Thank
down.
you.
Commonwealth calls Bethany DeCalvis.
Good morning, ma'am. Stop right there and raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court, concerning the matter now coming before the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth? Demand you may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel?
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Bethany DeColibus, BETHANY DECOLLIBUS.
And your date of birth?
6/29/89.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist.
And do you have your own practice?
I do have a private practice.
How long have you been in this line of work?
I've had the private practice for about 6 years, but I've been licensed for close to 12.
And in your practice, do you do in-person therapy or telehealth therapy?
I do telehealth therapy right now.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were friends, met as new moms in the same town.
Would that be Duxbury?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I'd say probably weekly.
And where would that occur?
Our kids were involved in similar activities, music classes, gymnastics classes. We'd schedule play dates.
What was her typical demeanor?
She was active, engaged, friendly.
Did you ever notice any distinctive changes in her rate of speech or the way she spoke?
No.
Did you ever see any extreme changes in energy or weird behavior?
No changes in weird behavior, but I did notice that she appeared more tired.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you repeat that?
You could state that again.
Oh, I was answering the second part of your question. I didn't notice any changes in behavior, but I did notice her appearing more tired over time.
And was that after she had Callan or before that?
Afterwards.
And how often would you see her after she had Callan?
Weekly.
So still going to the same types of places where you would run into her and engage with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
And other than seeming more tired, was there any other change in her demeanor or personality or behavior?
No.
Did she tell you during that time that she was having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
And did she give you any specifics on that?
Just that it was very difficult to get sleep, difficult to fall asleep even when kids were asleep, and that it was it was an ongoing struggle.
Did that cause concern for you at that point?
I think for a period of time, it felt normal, but after it seemed to continue and not let up for her, I definitely worried about her and was concerned.
When you say it seemed normal, what do you mean by that at first?
I would say for a period of time seemed reminiscent of, sleep troubles that, I remember having and that, remember friends talking about. But I think over time, I started to worry more and realize that it wasn't improving for her.
And what you're talking about, is it, typically after having a baby, new moms are tired from, late night feedings and changings and all of that?
Yes.
And then with Lindsay, she stayed tired?
Yes.
Okay. Did she talk to you about seeking out help from doctors?
She did.
And did she talk to you about seeking out medication to help?
Yes.
And do you recall any specifics about those conversations, about what types of doctors or what types of medication she was seeking?
I don't know about the different types of doctors or the types of medications.
Did you ever talk to her and she relayed that she was looking to find a therapist?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if she ever found a therapist?
At some point, it did sound like she had found a provider to work with.
Being a therapist yourself, did you ever offer to give some referrals or anything like that, or did she ask for any?
I can't remember.
And you said that she continued to appear tired, correct?
Yes.
But other than appearing tired, as the weeks went by, did you observe her having any problem interacting with people or doing the typical behaviors that you would do at the events you would usually see her at?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble doing day-to-day tasks or interacting with anyone?
Not that I saw.
Did she ever tell you that she was depressed or suicidal?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had thoughts of harming anyone else?
No.
Did her physical appearance change in any way?
Not that I noticed.
When you would engage with her, have conversations with her, were they usually in person or text or both?
It was a mix of both.
And did you ever have trouble understanding her, either in person or in a text?
No.
Did she ever appear to have trouble understanding you?
No.
At some point in time, did you have dinner with Lindsay and a woman named Erin Renault sometime in November?
Yes.
And was that something that the three of you typically did?
Yes.
How often would you do that?
Probably once every couple of months.
Was this the first time you'd done that since Callan was born?
I can't remember.
Okay. And what was Lindsay's demeanor during that dinner?
She was engaged in conversation with us.
Do you recall saying previously that she seemed normal?
No.
You don't recall saying that?
Not specifically, no.
What about her speech pattern? Was there anything different about her speech pattern?
No.
What did you guys talk about during that dinner?
I remember catching up as we usually did, giving each other updates on, what our kids had been up to, what our families had been up to. And I also made it a point to check in with her about how her sleep was and how she had been feeling lately.
And did she give you responses to those questions?
She did.
Did they make sense?
The responses made sense.
Yeah. What was the tone of this conversation?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Well, when you're asking her about how things are going with her sleep and other things, and she's responding, does she seem negative and depressed about things? Does she seem hopeful about things? Like, what's the tone?
It was a serious conversation. I was concerned and wanted to check in. It had sounded like she had been able to connect with some providers, and I would say at that point, I remember her expressing feeling hopeful about the possibility that things could start to get better.
And during this conversation at dinner, Did she ever mention that she had suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever mention that she had homicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was having intrusive thoughts of her own?
No.
At any point in time while you're engaging with her, did it look like she was responding to something internally, like a voice, or seeing something that wasn't there?
No.
Other than having an issue with sleep, did she mention any other issues that she was having?
She mentioned feeling anxious.
And after this dinner, did you next see her at Cora's birthday party in January?
Yes.
And at that birthday party, did you see her interacting with other people and parents and children, as a mom would usually do at a birthday party?
Yes.
Did you interact with her yourself?
I did.
Did you notice anything different about her demeanor or her behavior at that party?
No.
Did you have a conversation with her briefly about sleep?
I did.
And was it you basically asking how the sleep issue was going?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She responded that things haven't gotten any better and that she feels like a zombie.
Was there anything about her appearance or the way she was interacting or behaving that when you saw her, you thought she looks like a zombie?
She seemed tired.
But there's a difference between being tired and looking like a zombie, right?
She didn't look like a zombie, no.
And she was able to engage with you and the other parents there, engage with her children and the other children, correct?
She was.
And do you recall stating previously that at the party she seemed fine?
And no, not specifically.
Page 11. Have you look at page 11 and bottom line 24, and then to the top of page 12. Does that refresh your memory as to a conversation you had with the police back in 2023 where you said that she seemed fine at the party?
Sure, yeah.
I have no other questions, thank you.
Mr. Bennington.
So, morning.
Morning.
Fair to say that you were obviously pretty good friends with Lindsay?
Yes.
And fair to say that in that regard, you had occasion to observe objectively things like she looked tired, she was complaining that she was tired.
Yes.
Said that she was anxious.
Yes.
Told you that at one point towards the end of time frame into January that she felt like a zombie. Correct?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions like the district attorney was asking you? Did you ask her, well, what are your symptoms and what do you feel like? And what do you is there anything that you can tell me about how you feel? Did you probe in that regard?
I don't remember probing about specific symptoms, no.
So in other words, you're friends, and you and Erin and Lindsay were out to dinner or lunch, and you're trying to have a good time, right?
Yes.
How was she as a mother to your observations? Did she, as far as taking care of her kids, being happy with the kids, did she not like her kids? What were your observations?
She loved her kids. She was warm, kind, consistent, loving.
And you actually were summoned to be here today by the district attorney's office, correct?
I was.
And you actually were interviewed by the state police. That's what she was questioning you about, page 11 and page 12. It was a recorded interview and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that although she may not have been telling you that she was seeing something that wasn't there, or hearing voices or drooling or acting in some unusual fashion while you guys were out having lunch, she did express to you that she was having some difficulties, correct?
She expressed that she was having difficulty, yes.
And would you say, knowing Lindsay as you did, that she was a type that was not really a complainer? She would not try to be a downer when you're out to lunch and having a good time with your friends and complain about her symptoms.
No.
But she did tell you that she was somewhat hopeful because she was seeing healthcare providers.
Yes.
And one of the things that they had asked you about, fair to say that when you talked to the police, you told them that you had spent a lot of time chatting about over this period of time that she had been having a lot of trouble sleeping, and that she referenced the postpartum period, right?
Yes.
And when you were talking to the police, the troopers, did they try to divert you? Did you feel that they were trying to get what your observations were, or did they want you to focus on their questions when they were questioning you?
Could you repeat that?
No, it's a bad question. Never mind. It's a bad question. I'm sorry. But nevertheless, you actually told them that you had been in touch with her. You'd been to the house, right?
I had been in touch with her, yes.
Yeah, and you knew Patrick.
Yes.
Other than socializing with your friends and with Erin and going out to lunches, you guys would also text, correct?
Yes.
And that's a way of keeping in touch with each other.
Yes.
And she would respond to your inquiries about fun things and about kids, right?
Yes.
But also, on occasion, you were concerned about her and you'd ask her how she's doing, right?
Yes.
And when you would ask her those things, she would tell you, for example, that she didn't know what medications were doing to her, but she in fact mentioned to you that the medications did not appear as though they were helping, and she still wasn't able to get any sleep.
Correct.
And further, in the statements that you gave to the police when they were asking you questions about your observations, she did indicate on a couple of occasions that she had obtained a therapist and a prescriber, and she would reference her relationship with Pat and tell you that Pat's great, things like that, right?
Yes.
You said yes. I'm sorry, the door
Yes.
closed. So in those occasions, did she ever complain about Pat, or would they seem to be getting along pretty good?
They seem to be getting along great.
Was he supportive to your observations of her?
Yes.
Then when you went out to the other dinner, did you indicate to the police that in that conversation that her mother knows everything, or she told you, my mom knows everything, and she's working it out as far as the therapist and the drugs, correct?
Yes.
And you still felt that it was readily apparent that she was struggling, right?
Yes.
Still having difficulty sleeping and being anxious, right?
Yes.
And as a friend, you were concerned, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Now, one of the questions the DA had asked you is that she was supposed to go back to work, and that she indicated that she had canceled that date to go back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well. Is that right?
She had, yes.
And those were her words, that she canceled going back to work because she still wasn't sleeping well.
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about work? Did she seem to like her job as a labor and delivery nurse?
She loved it, as far as I knew.
And then you were at Cora's birthday party in January, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was the one that was at the trampoline park, right?
Yes.
And it was that time, and that would have been in January of 23, I believe, that it was in that time that you were concerned and you said, hey, are you getting any sleep? And she was like, no, I feel like a zombie, is what her words were, correct?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Counsel, why don't we take a brief recess at this time? So we're going to take the morning recess at this point.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, no votes. Chair, this way.
Council, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, thank you.
So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise.
So we are on break. Let's see here. I don't even know. You too, Lee. Thank you. No, I'm here. Eyes here. We on break. Oh, wow, Lee. Well, you definitely take care. Okay, so we are currently on break, guys. So we getting into like, I want to say, I would call these like character witnesses. Would y'all agree? Um, I did receive that Christian sent it over here earlier in regards to the defense filing a motion for a witness this morning. Let me get it up. Here, I'll pull it up for us to look at it. It's just real quick. So they did file a motion because they want another witness to come in. So let's get that up here.
Fairly apparent that she was struggling, right? And then you were.
I don't know if these people, these witnesses that they're bringing up, if they helping or hurting. I can't pinpoint exactly what we're doing here. Okay, let me pull up see if I can pull up my Discord. Yeah, Lee, that's hard to deal with. Yeah, right, Baka, but they definitely filed a motion. And I know they had an expert that was originally denied. So here it goes, dropping it like it's hot. It was filed August the 6th, 2026, which is today. Defendant's motion for permission to call witnesses. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above numbered indictment. It moves this court for an order permitting counsel to call to the witness stand the following witnesses that have been tentatively excluded by the court on the government's objection. As the court is aware, prior to impounding the jury, the government filed a motion to exclude testimony from a number of the defendant's witnesses, claiming that they were not able to prepare adequately to cross-examine these witnesses and would have to seek a continuance of the trial. In fact, the defendant argued that the time and reiterates the argument that the witnesses are testifying to facts that are well known to the government and constitute, in effect, the government's evidence in case. So I think this is I know they wanted to call some postpartum people. And I think this should be denied. Like, no. Like, they got to be able to depose these witnesses, correct? Am I understanding this correctly, how this goes? Like, talk to the witnesses, something to that, yeah, like they need time to know what they're going to say and what questions they need to ask them. Like, nah, you just don't get to call who you want to call when you want to call them and how you want to call them. Okay, so we have that.
You know, right now the Red Sox are on such a hot streak, so we had
Sweet
to have some of
Carolina
that.
right there.
So it looks like we not at lunch. We just on a break, correct? I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something, because y'all know I'll get to missing something. Yeah, I would say that with the witnesses that we had today, I don't know what it's like. I want to say that, like, I know the prosecution they want to get in that she was she was not experiencing anything, right? But they still getting in on the other hand of them calling these witnesses. She was a wonderful mom. She did a great job. She was the best of the best. She was so perfect in every which way as being a mom with the kids. That's what I'm getting from this. Are y'all getting that? But then in the other, you know, the other token, like the defense is like, yeah, we want them to know that she was a great mom. She had no reason other to do this besides some mental break. The defense want to bring in the PPD. Let me see if I can get my app where I can show y'all the little exhibits that they be having. Dang it. I may have to get rid of this app because it don't look like it worked well. No, it don't. There it go again. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's gonna work for us today. Let me see, y'all. She said she don't agree with that what you talking about, Pretty. She said it's only her and one other person working this case. So no matter how you want to slice it and dice it, no, it don't work like that. I'll just tell you what she said and how her argument was able to be held, where the judge was like, okay. Cause I think he made the same fight that you saying. Oh, y'all got so many people in the office, and she was like, "Nah, we don't. It's not like that." So here are the exhibits that they showed yesterday, guys. So this is her arm where they did the sutures. Y'all can see the exhibits 202. And this is the other arm. This is more of a close-up. Yeah, these look like just scratches. They do look like superficial right here. Now, I don't know. When you got to stitch stuff, then I don't know. I know people sometimes get stitches because they don't want it to leave as big of a mark. But I don't know in this situation. I do notice why people get stitches sometimes. Here is like exhibit 205 where they put in like a list of the D-rugs. Here is the toxicology report, guys. Yeah, and those stitches, they don't even have to be because it was like a deep cut. Some people, like I said, get stitches just because they don't want the scar to be so profound. So, so these are we probably gonna need this. Let me take a picture of this. So these are the reports, as you can see. And they telling you like what the concentration would be if you were looking at an overdose or a person taking too much. So here's the stipulation that they stipulated to in the above captioned matter. The parties agreed to the following facts as it pertains to the processing and analysis of the known standard samples of DNA in this case, guys. So So when we were talking about the stipulation portion, this is what that is about. For exhibit number 208. Let's see what else they have in here. I'm just scanning through it to see because I don't know what all they have in here. Okay, here's another stipulation regarding the DNA evidence with the blue exercise band, the red-brown stain on the basement floor. So I see the blue exercise band and I see the middle of the blue exercise band and a sample of the swab from the red-brown stain on the basement floor. You know, it's Kevin signs, the attorney signs, okay. Here is the stipulation regarding the DNA evidence for the yellow exercise band, guys. Same kind of thing, just, you know, the way they collected it, the things that they stipulated to. And these stipulations and these forms are going to go back to the jury when a jury goes back for deliberation, guys. Here's the stipulation regarding the DNA and comparison for the blue exercise band and the red-brown stains. And we figured out that the red-brown stain on the basement floor, the DNA profile was interpreted as originating from one single contributor, and that was Cora Clancy. Okay. Here's the stipulation regarding the NMS labs that the jury will receive. Okay, so those were all the things that were brought into evidence yesterday. Hold on. So these have to be the prescriptions that they found in her system, guys, right here. Because this was all in her blood work. So it appears that they found 4 in her system. So they found the Seroquel, the Remeron, the Lamictal, and trazamine. Okay, so these are the 4 prescriptions that they found in her system, guys. Now, was she supposed to be on more? Was she supposed to be on less? I don't know. We'll find out. But these are the 4 that was in her system. Okay. You probably dreamed that, Gabber. I was just looking at what you said. That sounds like some stuff that I said. Was you listening to me last night in your dreams? I don't think I heard that. I don't think she was getting them ready for bed. Because nobody has testified to what she was doing at the time at all. At all. Patrick didn't testify because remember, he was at the store, so he thought everything was fine. He assumed that she was getting the kids ready for bed and things like that. But I want y'all to know, like, he didn't. But you probably heard that from me because I think because all the other kids were dressed for bedtime attire. We had Cora, she, we seen her night outfit. She even had on her robe. The baby had on his onesie for nighttime. And Dawson was the only one that was like found in his underwear or his pull-up in the basement running around. So yeah, you were just thinking about me. I was in your dreams. Okay, so I think that when we are focusing in regards to what we are doing, we are going to be looking at the ones that were actually in her bloodstream. This is something for us to keep in mind. So I'm gonna put these in our chat, and I will go back to our list and we'll talk about these. Now, was this all she was supposed to be on at this time? I don't know. How these interact with each other is going to be very important, right? Because they're saying it's the cocktail of these. Okay. So I'm putting them in the chat just a week and a half for reference, okay? So, and I know we went over this kind of sort of yesterday, but let's do it again. So, is it Lamictal? Okay. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. So it is it tells you the definition of what it is. It is a prescription used in the treatment of epilepsy, often in combination with anticonvulsant drugs. Adults are often started on doses as low as 25 milligrams every other day, and then they are gradually increased to a maintenance dose that may range between 100 and 700 milligrams per day. A therapeutic range of 3 to 14 mLs has been proposed, but pharmacokinetics can vary with the administration of the anti-epileptic drugs. Well, I gotta say prescriptions or something. Adverse reactions associated with the therapy include skin rashes, dizziness, headaches. I don't know what this is. Summer letters. I can barely see it. Ataxia, blurred vision, nausea, and vomiting. Okay. Remeron. It's an antidepressant since 1994. It is available in tablets containing 15, 30, and 45. Daily doses for adults are usually in the range of 15 to 45. Seroquel. This is a psychotic for psychotic disorders, including schizophrenia. Trazodone. I'm trying to see if there's like anything. It's not all these doses and milligrams to the body and all that stuff. I have no clue about. So I don't know. And I ain't gonna even try to get into that. In regards to telling y'all, all I can do is show y'all what it say. So and this is how much she had in her blood at the time. And I don't know how to interpret that at all. So I can't even explain to you guys what I'm not even about to try. How about that? I'm not about to even try, but we will figure it out because they're going to tell us. We're kind of like the jury, so they're going to have to tell us. I didn't know that, mofo, really? I didn't know that. Wow. Let me go back up here. Wait a minute. I'm trying to find. Oh no, I keep giving me back. I'm trying to get back to the courtroom exhibits that we were trying to find the other day. Let me make it smaller so I can see. And let me check and see, make sure they're not back from break. Okay, they are back from break. So we have another medical examiner that I can tell y'all right now that's on the stand. I'm gonna take us back in here. In the meantime, between time, I will try to see what information I can find on these drugs. I'm just gonna send it to Google or maybe we can ask chat because I have no clue. Let's see here. Hey, Jennifer. I don't know. I think that sometimes the witnesses, they hurt and help on both sides. And sometimes you got to bring in the ugly to get what bad you want or what you think may be bad. And it just depends on how the jury is taking it, because I know with the witnesses coming up there and marching saying, hey, no, she said everything was fine. Today was fine. Everything was fine. She had no problems. They had no issues. And it could be because maybe Lindsay was embarrassed and didn't want to share this stuff with her friends and family or whatever the case may be. So I think it's kind of working both ways. And then the defense is like, okay, well, everything was great with her, right? So the only thing that explains what happened on January 24th is that the medications and the person on her shoulder that was talking to her sent her into psychosis and she don't remember anything. Hey, Funk. We heard from ME this morning in regards to baby Colin, and then we heard from some preschool teachers earlier today in regards to the children's attendance at school for each child. We also heard from her friend who was a marriage counselor. And right now, when we go back in the courtroom, there will be a ME on the stand. I'm not sure exactly which child she's going to be talking about. So I'm going to take you guys in here.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
There we go, another sidebar. Let me put that to the list. Like, good grief.
This court's now in session, please.
You know,
proceed.
analyze that, Doug, I think that they say it typically presents itself pretty fast.
All right. Everyone, thank you.
At least the
Commonwealth,
reports that
call
I've
your next witness,
seen,
please.
like, it kind of happens right after. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, but I guess there could be exclusions. Amy Bevins.
Stop right there. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Maybe you may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon. I'd ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could, okay? Okay. All right. Tree spray.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amy Bevins, AMYBEVINS.
And your date of birth?
8/22/90.
Do you live in Connecticut?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a licensed behavior analyst, but I specialize primarily in
Oh, a
early
behavior
intervention
analyst.
for young children with autism.
If you could just keep your voice up a little bit, maybe come a little
Oh,
forward to the
my
mic.
apology, y'all. It's a behavior analyst.
How long have you been doing that?
6 years. I was a special education teacher before that for a long time as well.
Do you know Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We have been friends for almost 29 years.
So you met her when you were children?
Yes.
Did you go to school together?
Elementary school.
And after that?
All the way up through middle school and high school as well.
Okay. And did you keep in touch with Lindsay when you went off to college?
Yes.
I'm assuming you didn't go to the same college, right?
No.
Do you know where Lindsay went?
Quinnipiac University.
And how did you keep in touch?
Through texts, phone calls. We visited each other at each other's campuses.
And then when Lindsay went to nursing school, did you still stay in touch at that point in time?
Yes.
And how did you do that? The same way, like text visits?
Yes. I also lived in Boston at the same time that she was in nursing school up in Boston.
Okay. So was your contact more frequent while she was in nursing school versus when she was in college?
I can't remember the exact amount of contact, but I would say we were always in contact together, yes.
Okay. While Ms. Clancy was in nursing school, did she ever tell you that she was taking some mental health medication?
I can't recall.
Did she ever tell you that she was struggling with anxiety or anything like that while in nursing school?
Nothing that I can recall.
And after she was finished with nursing school, did the two of you still remain in touch?
Yes.
And how often would you see her?
I moved back home to Connecticut, so whenever she was able to visit home, we would stay in touch. I traveled to Boston, not very frequently, but I would visit her there as well.
And did you have a text chain going between the two of you?
Yes.
And did you also have a group text with other friends from Connecticut that you both grew up with that you would participate in?
Yes.
And how often would you text with Lindsay?
Pretty frequently. It depended on, I think, the point in life that we were at, but I would say there was regular communication.
And growing up with Lindsay and knowing her into adulthood, how would you describe her general demeanor?
She was pretty a calm person. She was nice and had a very calm approach to herself.
And during that time that you knew her and would interact with her, did you ever notice any changes in her pattern of speech or rate of speech?
No.
Was she pretty consistent in her behavior and speech patterns throughout the years that you knew her?
Yes.
After Ms. Clancy had Cora, were you still in contact with her at that time?
Yes.
And just to kind of get it out of the way, were you in contact with her all the way up through January of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And so after she had Cora, did you notice any changes in her demeanor?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Did you notice any changes in her speech patterns?
No.
After she had Dawson, did she talk to you about that delivery and how that went?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
That was more of a difficult delivery than the one she had with Cora, that she would maybe need to take some time to recover prior to thinking about having a third child.
And during that time after she had Dawson, did you notice any changes in her behavior?
No.
Or her demeanor?
No.
Her speech pattern?
No.
Was there anything about your interactions with Lindsay during that time that caused you to have concern about her harming herself or someone else?
No.
And then after she gave birth to Callan, did you notice a change in her demeanor at that time?
No.
Or her behavior or rate of speech?
No.
Did you see her in Connecticut in November of 2022?
Yes.
And why did you see her then? What was happening?
She had traveled down to Connecticut. We had gotten together as a group to go out to breakfast.
And had she come to Connecticut alone or with her family?
Alone, I believe, at that time.
And you said you went out to breakfast?
Yes.
Was this with that whole group of friends and spouses and everyone that kept in contact from Connecticut?
Yes, there was a group of us there that had all remained friends.
Did you notice anything about her demeanor or behavior at that breakfast in November of 2022 that caused you concern or was different than her typical behavior?
No.
Did you have some text conversations in January of 2023 about some issues that Lindsay was having?
Yes.
And do you recall when those messages started?
I don't recall the exact date of the messages, but it was only, I believe, one night.
And in terms of what happened on January 24th, 2023, how close in time was it to that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So in terms of January 24th, 2023, when the children were killed, how close in time were your text messages to that incident?
Only a few days.
Okay. And what was that text conversation?
She had shared that she had been taking a medication that caused her to have some dark thoughts, but that she was going to, or had been tapering off that medication and was trialing new ones that would remove those side effects and be more helpful and therapeutic to what she needed.
And did she tell you what those dark thoughts were?
No.
What was the tone of the conversation?
Hopeful, I would categorize it. I remember it being something where there was conveying of hope and that it was going to be we were moving in a positive direction.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
I want to direct your attention to March of 2023. Did you visit Miss Clancy while she was at the Spalding Rehabilitation Facility?
Yes.
And how was that arranged?
At the request of one of her family members who reached out to see if I would like to come visit.
And you traveled to Massachusetts and visited Lindsay at the Spalding Rehab Center, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you do there with Lindsay that day?
We made small talk. We played Uno. It was a pretty basic visit.
When you say you made small talk, what did she talk about?
I remember her asking about my daughter. I remember her asking about any updates to life events for our friends. We talked about some hobbies that she was doing while at Spalding and then played a game.
Do you remember what hobbies she was doing at Spalding?
I can't recall specifically, no.
At any point in time, did she mention the death of her children?
No.
At any point in time, did she break down in tears and cry about her children?
No.
What was her affect during that meeting?
I don't remember exactly. Pretty neutral, I would say.
Did she attempt at any point to harm herself?
No.
Did she ask you for help in harming herself?
No.
Did she talk about Cora Dawson or Callan at all?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
Afternoon. You're nervous. Don't be. Okay. You guys go back how far?
Almost 29 years.
And over those 29 years, knowing Lindsay when you guys were in grammar school, I guess, and high school, and then you went off to college, and you had your families and your marriages, tell us what your opinion was of her as a person.
I knew her as a good person, a good friend, a good mom.
And you had occasion to see her with her kids and how she acted with her kids, Cora, up till Callan?
Yes.
And did you ever observe anything out of the ordinary, or did she appear to be a loving person and taking care of her kids?
I never saw anything out of the ordinary.
District Attorney asked you about the visit that you had when you were good enough to visit with her at Spalding Rehab. And this was when, in March of 23?
Yes.
And arrangements had to be made for you to visit with her. You had to get approval, and whether you know or not, I mean, I had to kind of help you out a little bit trying to get through the red tape to get in there to see her, along with her family approval and that type of thing, right?
I don't recall any of that.
But you were able to get in?
Yes.
To visit with her. And this would have been in the beginning of March, if you know, the middle of March, the end?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was she able to walk around and ambulate, or was she in a wheelchair, or what was her condition? Was she in bed?
She was in a wheelchair. She was sitting up the entire visit.
Did you ask her about why she was in the wheelchair and anything like that?
No.
You knew that she had been in the hospital from January 24th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that your friend had been charged by the police and had killed her 3 beautiful children, right?
Yes.
That was a bit of an awkward, uncomfortable topic, wasn't it?
I think it would be for anybody, yes.
Absolutely. And the district attorney asked you whether or not she cried and whether or not she told you about her children and anything to do with her children or that incident. You both basically stayed away from that entire subject, right?
I remember also being told not to bring that up specifically, which at the time I figured that could be due to the recommendation of mental health providers, et cetera, who were treating her.
Right. And who told you that?
Her sister.
Now, how long did you visit with her?
It was brief, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
That's all I have. Wait a minute. Did you guys have a group get together in December of 2022, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing her after Thanksgiving around that time frame in December of 22?
I don't recall no.
Do you recall having conversations with her around that time frame, which would be in December of 2022, that she was talking to you about medications and asking you questions about a particular medication?
I don't recall the exact time frame of those conversations.
Okay. You were summoned here today by the DA's office, is that correct?
Yes.
You were also on my witness list as well, right?
Yes.
And when I ask you about the conversations, the reason is you were questioned by the state police back in January of 23. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And one of the troopers had asked you whether or not you had any conversations with Lindsay, your friend, about medications, and you indicated that, and I quote, page 12, she knows that I'm pretty open about mental health, that I'm a big advocate of mental health, and she asked me if I knew, like you know, if I had tried a medication. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory at all as to approximately what time, when that was? Would that have been in December of 22, after Thanksgiving?
I don't know. I still don't recall the exact time, but I do remember that being a conversation that we had.
Okay. Do you remember where you had the conversation?
It was over text message.
Okay. Do you recall her asking you what your experience was? Because you had some knowledge of medications, correct?
As a patient.
Okay. And as a result of that and being close and good friends, that she had asked you what your experience was, and again, it's page 13, and she would say, how was your experience? Did you ever take this? What was your experience with this? That type of thing. Do you remember that? That conversation?
I don't recall the specific conversation.
Do you recall the medication that she asked you about?
Yes.
What was that?
I remember it being Lexapro.
Do you recall in your text message exchange that she had asked you about or told you about some of the medications that she was taking and that there were some difficulties with it?
Yes.
Do you remember that she had asked you whether or not you had noted or if you were aware of any side effects of medications?
I don't recall.
And after those text threads and with that understanding, being as close to Lindsay as you were, she then confided in you that she was having dark thoughts, as I think was the expression.
That was a long time after the conversation that we had had about the medication. I do remember that being the first time I had heard any concern around her mental health up until that point.
Okay, and what point was that, if you remember?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. When she told you that she was having problems or difficulties with the medication and when she was telling you that she was having dark thoughts, do you remember when that was?
Towards the end of January 2023.
Okay. Do you remember, was that in person or was that a message, text message?
Over text message.
Did she explicate or did she explain what the dark thoughts were?
No.
And the next time you saw her after that was at the hospital rehab, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Counsel? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Christopher Clancy.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you will give to the court and swear in the Commonwealth and Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Start, please.
Is this my water?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right, call up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Christopher William Clancy, CHRISTOPHER, WCLANCY.
And what's your date of birth?
7/26/61.
Where do you live?
Situate, Mass.
And do you work?
No, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I was a plumbing contractor.
Is Patrick Clancy your son?
Yes.
When did you first meet Lindsay Clancy?
I don't know what the year was, but I believe I met her for the first time at my at the cottage in Hull. That was my parents' house, and I believe that's when I met her. I think he brought it down there.
Was that before or after she and Patrick had gotten engaged?
That was before.
And eventually they got engaged and got married, correct?
Correct.
And had 3 children, correct?
Correct.
So I want to direct your attention to the time frame after Callan was born in May of 2022. Did you have a chance to observe Lindsay interact with Callan?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay like with Callan?
She was very mothering.
And was she protective?
I would say yes, like any mother would be.
Do you recall describing her previously as very protective of him?
I would say that she was very protective of him.
Was she, in terms of how protective she was of Callan versus Dawson and Cora, was she more, less, or the same?
I would say she was more of the same when the babies were little, when the babies were young.
So was that something typical when she would have one of the children? She'd be very protective when they were first born?
Yes, I think that's like any other mother, though.
And how often would you see the family?
We saw them regularly. They lived not too far from us. They lived in Weymouth first, and we saw them regularly.
And then eventually they moved to Duxbury?
Yes.
And directing your attention to the time frame between November 16th, 2022 and Thanksgiving of that year, did you see them at your house?
I think they did come up to our house one time. Might have been a Saturday or a Sunday.
Okay. And why did they come over that day?
I think they just came over to say hi.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
Very good.
And was there any difference in her behavior or speech pattern than what you've seen with her previously?
Not that day.
And how was that visit?
Very good.
Did you then see them at or around Thanksgiving?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at my daughter Laura's house in Hamilton.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
in Hamilton.
And did you interact with Lindsay that day?
Yes.
What was her demeanor that day?
She seemed a little, how do you say it? Let me think for a minute. She seemed quiet. Okay.
And did she seem to interact with everyone there as she normally would?
Yeah, she was very close with my daughters and her sister-in-law.
Do you recall them wearing coordinating shirts that day?
I think so.
And during dinner that day, did you make observations of Lindsay getting the kids settled down for dinner?
I did.
And did you see her interact with Dawson?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe that interaction, please?
Mm-hmm. She was getting a little frustrated. Dawson was being a little silly, and she was trying to get him to sit down. And she was just a little bit getting frustrated with him, and I noticed it, so I got up to help her.
And when you saw her getting frustrated with him, did you see her do something to get him seated?
She took him by the arm to get him seated. It wasn't anything crazy.
Right. It's not like she hit him or anything like that.
No.
Right? She just took his arm and guided him to the seat. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you could see that she was frustrated.
I could.
And so you stepped in to help her, right?
Correct.
And what did you do to help?
I got her a plate, I believe. There were a lot of people, so it was just a little chaotic.
Now, directing your attention to the weekend before Christmas 2022, did you stop by their home that weekend?
I believe we did, yeah.
And who was there?
Her parents.
So it'd be Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes,
And were you by yourself or with your wife?
I was with my wife.
And was there a specific point for everyone stopping by and gathering that day?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Were you and your wife checking in or helping out that day?
We might have just been going down to check on things.
Okay. Did you know that there were some struggles going on at that point?
I did.
And did you know that Lindsay was, specifically Lindsay was having some struggles at that point?
Yes.
Did you stop by again a few nights before Christmas?
I thought that's the night you were talking about. Yes, I guess we did.
Okay. And when you stopped by the night before Christmas, do you recall who was there that day?
I think the same people, but I'm not positive.
So Lindsay's parents, Lindsay, Patrick, and the kids?
Yes.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was okay. It wasn't terrible.
Do you recall testifying previously and saying that she seemed like she was in good spirits?
Yes.
Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when you were there at the house that day, did you make plans for the following day for Christmas Day?
Yes, we made plans to go to Mass.
And who was going to go to Mass?
Lindsay, Patrick, the kids, my wife Sue, and me.
And did you all, we'll strike that, the following day on Christmas, did you go over to Lindsay's home before going to Mass?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all gather for breakfast?
I don't recall.
And let me approach. Page 33. If you can just read to yourself lines 2 through 7, and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
Take your time.
All right. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yes.
So did you go over that day for breakfast?
Yes.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It was good. She looked beautiful. She had a beautiful dress on.
And do you recall saying previously she seemed very happy that day?
Yes, she did.
And after breakfast, did everyone go to church as planned?
Yes.
And how are the children in church?
Fantastic.
Very well behaved.
Very well.
And then after church, did you have a conversation with Lindsay outside of the church?
I think we talked a little bit. I don't remember what we said, but we were going our separate ways.
Do you recall saying previously that Lindsay said she was glad she came and she really loved it?
Yes.
What was her demeanor while she was engaging with you after Mass?
She was quiet. She said that she liked the Mass and she was really happy that she went.
And do you recall saying before that, strike that, do you recall after that conversation, you guys hugged each other and went your separate ways?
Yes.
Did you see the family again after Christmas?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Did you go to Cora's birthday party?
No.
Was it more of a kids gathering at a trampoline place?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have plans to see them Tuesday, January 24th, 2023?
No.
Do you recall saying previously that there were plans to get together for dinner that night, but they changed because your wife had plans with her brother?
No, we never had plans to go there Tuesday night. They asked us to come to the Tuesday night, but we already had plans with Sue's sister Joan.
Okay, so there weren't set plans, but you were asked to come to their house that night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you couldn't go because you had other plans.
Right, we were going to make it for Friday.
Thank you for clarifying that. In terms of your interaction with Lindsay and Patrick and the kids, while there were some struggles going on, did you and your wife offer to take the kids to your house overnight to kind of give them a break?
I did mention that to my son.
Okay. And was that offer declined?
Yes.
And going back to Thanksgiving of 2022, when you were interacting with Lindsay, I think you previously said that her demeanor was good, she was quiet. Did you also say at one point she had a little blankness to her at times?
She seemed to at times.
And can you tell us like what that was?
Just like a stare.
Kind of staring off into the distance, distracted?
No, just not totally interacting, just sort of.
Okay. So at some points.
Almost like nervous, kind of like.
Nerves?
Almost just like, something like that.
Okay, so at some points she was staring a little bit, seemed a little nervous, but then in other times she was interacting with everyone as she normally would?
Pretty much.
Okay. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about Lindsay having a little bit of difficulty getting Dawson seated at Thanksgiving that he was being a little silly.
Yeah.
Was that typical for him to behave in that way?
Yeah, he was a handful, but he was good. He was a good boy.
Going back to the night of January 24th, 2023, at some point in time that night, did you get a phone call from Patrick?
In January?
January 24th, 2023.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did.
And what was his demeanor during that call?
Is this the night of the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It was terrible.
And did you and your wife leave your home and head to the hospital to be with him?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Clancy, just a couple of questions. You were summoned to be here by the DA, is that correct?
Correct.
And you gave statements to whoever wanted statements. You were very cooperative with the investigation, is that right?
Yes.
And being as you're the obviously grandfather and father of Pat, over the years from the time they were dating, engaged, married, kids, you and your wife were pretty close with both of them, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to how Lindsay was as a mother that you could see?
She was very, very good. She fed them great. She did a lot of things with them. They did like the all-American family. And
the attorney had asked you about Thanksgiving of 22, November 16th of 22, and she made reference, I think you had responded that she appeared to be quiet, and then she used the term, did you know about the struggles? Can you tell me what the struggles were? Do you know what she meant by that?
I knew.
Go to sidebar.
Sure, yeah.
There we go. Let's see. Let me get our sidebar thing together.
And can you just tell the jury what was meant by the struggles?
I knew she was having a hard time sleeping. I knew she just didn't feel well. I know she had gone to the emergency room where my wife was working. Those types of struggles.
And just so, obviously for the record, your wife would be Sue?
Yes.
And she's a nurse, labor and delivery at South Shore?
Yes.
And did Lindsay confide, to your knowledge, yes or no, to your wife about some of her issues as a result of which your wife referred her to a person to speak to?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
I don't remember the person's name.
Okay, would that be the South Shore Perinatal, I think is what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. And understanding that you're the father-in-law, would you agree that the two of you and Lindsay, had a pretty good relationship?
Yes, very good.
And you told us about November 16th, and then Thanksgiving of 22, and then up until Christmas, and then after Christmas, and the time frame, actually right up to January 24th, you guys were supposed to get together that night, right?
Correct. Well, no, we weren't. We were asked to come to dinner that night.
But you had other plans?
We had other plans.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about, on a number of occasions, about the time at your home. I think it was on Thanksgiving when Dawson was acting a little rambunctious or silly, and that she guided him to his seat. Was she, to your opinion and what you could observe, did you believe that she was being abusive to him at all?
No.
And you know her mother and father as well, correct?
Yeah.
And the four of you, the in-laws from both sides, you and your wife, Sue, and Lindsay's mother and father, both were all kind of pulling together to try to help this young couple out during that time frame, right?
Yes.
And your son, Patrick, he was very concerned about his wife, was he not?
He was.
And he confided in you on a number of occasions.
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. Thank you.
Commonwealth?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you. Commonwealth, could I see you over here just getting...
So I know that Patrick's parents were on the defense witness list. So I don't know if this is a good thing in regards to what the defense is going to call and what they're not going to call. Let's see here. And of course, I'll update our sidebar thing. I think he's about to send them to lunch. Let me update this because, of course, they got to have sidebar. It's just the judge don't make no decisions on his own. Sidebar to determine lunch. Sidebar to determine what time they leaving. Sidebar for this. Sidebar for that. Sidebar for everything. You get a sidebar. You get a sidebar. Everybody gets to have a sidebar. Some judges be like, don't even ask me. No, you cannot come up here. I don't want to hear about nothing what you got to say. Don't do no speaking adjectives. I have rude and whatever. This judge like, I'm going to call all the sidebars even if y'all don't need them.
Here at 2 o'clock, same instructions I've been giving you the whole time during the break. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Don't do any research about this. Don't look into anything about this case or any similar cases. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Hope you have a nice break. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Good.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock.
Recess, folks.
He patting her on the back, telling us, "We got this, boo. We got this. We got this. It's all working out." Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So let's see here. We got this. I'm trying to think, is there any testimony that we need to re-listen to from today or any other day? Y'all can let me know in the chat. I keep forgetting. He makes sure he go to lunch on time, y'all. That's what I will tell y'all. We have not been late for lunch, not once in this whole entire trial. Can you get a lunch bar? I don't know. Does anybody do anybody need to come up here and talk about anything during? We won't be able to do a after session because I got my baby got an appointment today. But is there any testimony or anything that we need to look at that anybody has missed that they would like to review over in regards to this? Yeah, or late for the end of the day. You got that right, Baca. He stay on time for what he want to stay on time for. Oh, I think they had the ME testimony when they had it up here on the thing that I was reading before I put this in there, and I was like, oh, the ME is gonna be testifying. That was because they had it up here, but I guess that was for the first witness that we seen today. Like, update y'all stuff. I thought that lady was an ME. So my takeaway from what we have heard this morning, it seemed like we getting a lot of people in here just kind of like testifying regarding how she was as a person, and how the kids were, right? We heard from the preschool teachers regarding how the kids were. You know, their drop-off routine and things like that. And then now we're hearing more about her. I don't know how to take it. I think it's like, I mean, you can either take it as a good thing or a bad thing, because it could be a good thing in regards to the fact that for the state, and I'm saying good for the state because they're being able to present that nothing was wrong with her. And then it also, like on the flip side, says it can be good for the defense because the defense is saying, yeah, nothing was wrong with her except but for the cocktail of drugs that she had in her system, that she was trying to reach out for mental health. She was trying to reach out for the mental health, but if not for those cocktails, she wouldn't have done the things that she did. Patrick's testimony. Okay. Yeah, because he was kind of earlier on witness. Okay, Baca, I can play it. To prevent bladder infections or UTI from the medications that she was using for her mental health? Or are you talking about something else? Because I don't know why she would need to take breaks. I don't think, unless it's antibiotics, I think antibiotics will, I don't know. I think antibiotics, I don't know. Okay, I might be missing what you asking, Funk. Yeah, he was kind of sort of the first witness. I think, because he had two different testimonies. Let me get up here. Hey, country girl. He was a handful. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was. I'm telling y'all.
All right, Ms. Sprague.
I'm trying to tell y'all what's done happened. No regular breaks because she was confined. No regular. Oh, you talk about her currently, her current situation in regards to, I don't know. Maybe she got a catheter, and it's just she don't have to. She probably got a catheter, funk, and it's like automatically draining it, so she don't have to worry about. She don't have to worry about that part of it, so maybe that's why. I'm assuming she probably got a catheter. She probably got the little baggie that she earned. But yeah, country girl, I'm telling you, I think she snapped. I don't think it has nothing to do with anything. She realized what she did after she had snapped. And then she wanted to take her own. She wanted to complete the self-deletion, was unable to complete the self-deletion, although she did try. I will even give it that she even tried to do the self-deletion. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that's what happened because even when we talk about his teacher, everybody that's coming in, his change, they are pinpointing different things with him out. It'll also be interesting. It's going to be very important for us to pay attention over here is that whenever the medical examiner does testify in regards to Dawson, we need to understand his prior injuries. I think that's going to be important too. But let's go in. We'll listen to Patrick's testimony. Yeah, she looked defeated when Patrick comes in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection?
No, of course not.
That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She entered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialax at CVS?
Yes.
Anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version like this, the following exhibit.
27 and 28.
That the original mark is 27, and the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right, that may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
If we could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
See, I didn't never know the witness can talk to the judge. This is so different for me. Like, how's he able to talk to the judge? And did anybody hear what he said or what he asked the judge? Did anybody hear? I'm just curious because the judge didn't ask for a sidebar. He must got to remind the counselors, remind the attorneys or something. You think he's trying to remind them because they getting close to the 911 call that he said that he don't want us to hear? I don't know. Let's see if we get past it.
Both vehicles.
It was a key.
Is that the receipt marked as the next exhibit?
All right. It's subject to the court's order that may be admitted.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked sequentially as next exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
No, 38, so high. Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
then Exhibit 37. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's, okay. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there was a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house is really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah.
And there was no response?
Correct.
And showing you a photo here is Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and then I started unlocking the knob.
Okay. And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
It may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
So So showing you what's been marked Exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in Exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at Exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, at the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. I'm showing you Exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
Yeah. And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
Okay. And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
Okay. And your communication to the 911, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was.
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to, in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
So as we know, guys, this is going to be some very emotional testimony. I think they probably getting close to the 911 call that we're not going to be able to hear.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And At this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
So I wonder, did they give them headphones or they gonna clear the courtroom? Because Patrick was looking like, I wish you would play this 911 call because you already gave me the order. You already approved my order. He looked at the judge like, I know y'all not about to play it in front of everybody. Yikes.
For Dawson and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right.
I just have exhibits
All
after.
right. Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
Yeah, so I personally, I think today, I don't think it was as bad as people thought it was gonna be for him. I mean, I know it was bad, don't get me wrong.
Would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023.
And just on a side note, like, I don't think she even pulled out anything for Dawson. Cause I keep telling you, I don't think he had any clothes on. Let me see. So that's Cora. They should be back if they come back on time, Country Girl, in about 5 minutes.
And then the pink road. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted.
No, I think it's evidence, Martina, regardless of you know.
Thank you.
I think it speaks volumes to give you a little insight maybe into what was going on. Especially if I can get confirmation in this that Dawson didn't have any clothes on. Like, I got a real problem with this whole Dawson stuff.
Dinosaur underwear for the
A real
record.
problem.
And a gray t-shirt, long sleeve shirt. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Callan's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band.
So did we see any clothes for Dawson? I just want to make sure. Since we were looking at it the second time. Dawson didn't have on any clothes, right? Hmm. And you know the jury can see them holding hands, Baca. The jury sitting right there. They see all of this. Like it is diabolical what they are allowing these two to display in the courtroom.
You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had double major?
Yeah.
Was a very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then? Or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about, you know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, like she didn't want to go to work, she was lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy then. That she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah.
for work and home and things of that nature?
You would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize, if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting.
Yep.
So I'm going to run there after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Can you see that, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one? What's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
And would they be hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, you can identify for us. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 58.
Thank you.
If I may put Exhibit 58 up so the jurors and the zone can see it. There's some kind of like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 59.
All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right, and it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah.
And they were hanging on the wall?
Correct.
And who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Dawson. Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Greg, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. These two are...
Exhibit 60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he's a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Okay. Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
Mr. Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, you know, listeners will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
If I push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
Okay. The end of September of 21. Callan?
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right.
Yep.
And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard, okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro? Is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We could approach sidebar.
sure, yeah.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bed, in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustain, if you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dawson in the mask, right? And then, okay, so
Yep.
now that photograph, sir,
Okay, so they have returned. Finally, I was like, as soon as I tell somebody that, of course, they're late, they're gonna come back. So let me get our feed up. Hopefully he didn't call a sidebar, because you know he will call a sidebar as soon as they get back, but we'll see.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Members of the jury, good afternoon. We're going to return to the case. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Kyle Carney.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right here with your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Watch your step, please.
excuse me, can we approach that?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
I knew it was too good to be true.
I may?
Yes, counsel, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, Kyle Carney, Kyle-E-C-A-R-N-E-Y,
And your date of birth, please.
July 6, 1991,
And what town do you live in?
Duxbury.
What do you do for work?
I work in finance.
And are you married?
Yes.
Who's your wife?
Sarah Carney.
And you have children?
Yes.
Does your family, or did your family know the Clancy family?
Yes.
And did you know them through your friendship with Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
When did you meet Patrick Clancy?
2009.
And how did you meet?
We went to college together.
And after going through college together, did you remain friends after school?
Yes.
And eventually, did you end up living in Duxbury at the same time Patrick and his family lived in Duxbury?
Yes.
When did you meet Lindsay Clancy?
Maybe 12 years ago.
Did you meet them before they were married? Did you meet Lindsay before she married Patrick?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously you knew them after they got married and as they had their children.
Yes.
How often would you see Patrick and his family while you were both living in Duxbury?
Maybe every other month.
And would you interact with Lindsay Clancy during those gatherings?
Yes.
And what was her typical demeanor?
Kind, caring.
Did you ever see any changes, significant changes in her behavior or demeanor when you would interact with her?
No.
Did you notice any changes in Lindsay Clancy after the birth of Cora or Dawson?
No.
Directing your attention to after Callan Clancy was born, did you interact with the Clancy family that summer?
Yes.
And how so?
Maybe beach dinners. It's hard to recall exactly.
So you said beach dinners, is that what you said?
Yes.
So basically families gathering together at the beach, having dinner, interacting with each other, is that right?
Sure.
How often would you do that during the summer of 2022?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
More than once?
Yeah, like at least monthly.
Okay. Did you also go fishing with Patrick during that time?
Yes.
Over the summer of 2022, did you notice any differences in in Lindsay Clancy's demeanor or behavior?
No.
Throughout the fall of 2022 into the beginning of January 2023, would you see Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
How often did you see him?
Again, maybe once a month, maybe.
And directing your attention to Sunday, January 22nd, 2023, did you have a small gathering at your home?
Yes, their family came over to my house.
Okay. And when you say their family, are you talking about Patrick Clancy and Lindsay Clancy?
And Cora and Dawson, too.
Callan didn't join them?
No.
Was he home with Lindsay's parents?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of gathering that day?
To socialize. It was a nice day out. I was having a fire to burn some brush in my backyard, and thought it'd be nice to invite them to come over and get the kids out and enjoy a nice day.
And what was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
I'd say quieter than normal.
And do you recall saying previously that the weekend was fairly normal, that Lindsay had always been a little tough to get a beat on, kind of quiet, but you were in the kitchen talking and it seemed normal?
I mean, in the kitchen, we had a conversation, and that was normal.
Normal, okay. Do you recall describing the day previously as a perfectly normal afternoon, really nice?
It was a nice day, yeah.
Okay. And so there was nothing out of the normal that happened that day in terms of Lindsay's behavior or demeanor?
her behavior, demeanor appeared normal.
Okay. Did you have any problems communicating with her when you had conversation in the kitchen?
No.
How long was the family there at your house that day?
Maybe a few hours.
And during that time, I believe you described it previously as a normal, great day. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please step down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Watch your stuff, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Andrew Kiakio as its next witness.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Stop right there, raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter what kind of between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be true and Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Andrew Kiakio,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Chiachio.
And what do you do for work?
I work for the state police
And how long have you been with the state police?
since December of 2013.
And what's your current assignment?
I work for the Plymouth County State Police Detective Unit.
How long have you been with the State Police Detective Unit?
5 years.
And what's your current rank?
Sergeant.
I'm going to draw your attention back to January 24th of the year 2023. Were you still working for the State Police Detective Unit with the District Attorney's Office then?
Yes.
And do you recall being called into an investigation in regards to an incident that happened in the town of Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you assigned as the case officer for that investigation at that time?
No.
But you're aware that a number of the other troopers in your unit were all called out to do different parts of the investigation.
Yes.
Do you recall if you actually went first to 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I did.
Were you quickly assigned to go someplace else and do some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
And one of the places that you went on that night was the CVS in Kingston, correct?
Correct.
That would have been at 189 Summer Street?
Yes.
Why were you asked to go to the CVS in Kingston?
To obtain surveillance video.
And had you learned information that one of the homeowners, the Patrick Clancy, might have visited that location earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And so when you got to the CVS, did you contact somebody in the store in order to try to determine whether there was surveillance?
Yes.
And did you speak with an employee there?
I did.
Do you recall who you spoke to?
Angela Kraus, she was the manager.
Were you able to get access to the surveillance at that time?
Yes.
And were you able to observe the time on the surveillance at the store as it pertains to real time?
Yes.
So tell us how you determined whether the time was accurate.
We look at the live feed and I compare it with my cell phone.
And your cell phone is a department issued cell phone?
Yes.
Did you notice any discrepancies in the timestamps?
I did not.
And after viewing the video surveillance there at CVS, were you able to see Patrick Clancy in the store at CVS?
Yes.
And fair to say you were able to track that he arrived at 17:32:32 and exited the store at 17:37:08.
Yes.
At some point, were you also asked to look for surveillance at a different location?
I was.
What was the second location?
The 3V restaurant.
And where is that located?
In Plymouth.
And fair to say it's the address there's 10 Cordage Park Circle?
Yes.
What is 3V?
A restaurant.
Okay, and why did you go there?
To obtain surveillance video.
Again, based on information that you had available to you, did you believe that Patrick Clancy had visited that location earlier in the evening of January 24th?
Yes.
And when you went to the 3V restaurant, did you speak with two employees there?
Yes,
Were you able to access the video surveillance?
I was.
And while at the restaurant, were you able to confirm Patrick Clancy on their video surveillance?
Yes,
Now, as far as their video surveillance timestamps, were you able to observe the timestamps at that location?
I was.
And did you notice any discrepancies about the time?
No.
And what did you do to confirm the time?
I compared the live feed with my cell phone.
Fair to say you were able to determine that the video surveillance did confirm Patrick Clancy arriving at 17:54:14, that he paid for a bag of food and he left the store by the front door at 17:55:01.
Yes.
Now, in addition to gathering the video surveillance, well, let me back up for a second. So on one particular occasion, you were able to go and view the video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
At some later date, were you provided with copies of the video surveillance from both the CVS in Kingston and the 3V restaurant in Plymouth?
Yes.
And you brought that back to the state police?
Yes, to the District Attorney's
video
office. Yes.
Okay. Now, as follow-up for this investigation, did you learn information about the route of travel Patrick Clancy took that night to go from his home to these locations?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to ascertain approximately how much time it would have taken him to go to these locations from his home at 47 Summer Street?
Yes, I mapped it on the Maps application on my iPhone.
Now, do you recall when you did that?
I don't.
When you did this mapping of the locations, did it give you approximate distances and times between the locations?
Yes.
And fair to say, not knowing exactly when it occurred doesn't account for the time Patrick would have been there or any traffic or accidents or anything like that.
Correct.
Right? But as far as you could tell, you were just looking for approximate time frames.
Yes, a general idea.
Now, as part of this investigation, you also were involved in some interviews with potential witnesses.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Including Paula Musgrove.
Yes.
And who's Paula Musgrove?
The defendant's mother.
And you also spoke to a former nanny of the Clancys named Elaine Flaherty,
Yes.
as well as the employees from CVS, Angela Kraus, and Soraya Sweeney.
Yes.
Did you also, or were you also present in follow-up interviews with all of the first responders to the home in Duxbury on January 24th?
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
So that would have been a majority of the paramedics/firefighters from the different towns?
Yes.
On June 12th of 2023, did you apply for and receive a search warrant for 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And why did you ask for a search warrant then, in June of 2023?
We were reviewing photos, crime scene photos, and someone noticed that there was potentially blood stains on the outside of the house that we had not swabbed.
So to your knowledge, on the date of the incident on January 24th, the stains on the outside of the house were not swabbed and collected by the crime lab, right?
Correct.
Did you have further conversations with forensic scientists at the crime lab to determine the viability of obtaining additional swabs all those months later?
At this point, it's hearsay and it's already been cross-examined about.
Allow that, the question just yes or no. Did you speak to somebody, not the answer?
So did you speak to somebody at the crime lab about the possibility of obtaining some biological substances from the home?
Yes.
And as a result of your conversations, did you then apply and were granted a search warrant?
Yes.
So subsequently, some swabs and shingles were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street?
Correct.
And were you present when that was done?
I was.
On May 15th, 2024, did you have the occasion to go to the Tewksbury State Hospital?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going there?
To collect DNA from the defendant.
And is there a particular procedure that you, as an investigator, use in order to collect a DNA sample from somebody?
Yeah, we use a DNA collection kit. It has a foam swab that you use to swab the inside of a person's mouth to collect saliva. That's then transferred to a collection card. We let it dry, then seal the kit.
So the swab kind of looks like a lollipop?
Yes.
With a foam end?
Yes.
And you're trained on how to swab the inside of a person's cheek on both sides in order to obtain an adequate sample?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
I did.
Who did you collect the sample from?
The defendant.
And that would be Lindsay Clancy?
Correct.
Were other people present when you did this?
Yes.
Who were they?
Sergeant Josh McElligan, DPH Police Chief Michael Riggs, and Attorney Reddington.
What did you do with the sample that was collected from the defendant on May 15th, 2024 at the Tewksbury State Hospital?
It was placed into temporary evidence at the DA's office.
Was that sample then later transported to the State Police Crime Lab?
Yes.
Now, another thing that you did in this investigation sometime later was seek search warrants to Facebook, or what's known as Meta, correct?
Correct.
As well as a particular Facebook group called Attachment Parenting for Littles.
Correct.
As a result of that warrant, did you receive data back from Facebook?
I did.
And were you able to confirm a Facebook page in the name of Lindsay Marie Clancy?
Yes.
Were you also able to confirm that there's a particular post by the person named Lindsay Marie Clancy, or the Facebook page Lindsay Marie Clancy, on May 5th, 2021, to the Attachment Parenting for Littles group?
Yes.
I'm just going to approach. May?
You may.
I have no problem with the phone.
No objection? Okay.
I'm just going to show you a document. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And is this the Facebook post posted by Lindsay Marie Clancy on May 5th, 2021?
It is.
I would move to admit this as the next exhibit.
No objection? That may be admitted.
Sergeant Cacchio, just showing you what's now been marked as Exhibit 217 on the screen. Is that a Facebook post from the Attachment Parenting for Littles Facebook group?
Yes.
And through the information you received from the search warrant return, you were able to locate the content of this post in the records for the Attachment Parenting for Littles and confirm that it also appeared to be authored by Lindsay Marie Clancy, correct?
Correct.
Or by the Facebook page of Lindsay Marie Clancy.
Yes.
And fair to say it reads, "Hello, lovely parents. I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, anything. I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. I mean that with all love in my heart, but I honestly cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. He's not my first child, so not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Every single thing with him is a battle, and it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe 8 months old. I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary, but I mean everything, getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs, changing his diaper, getting him dressed, getting him in his seat to eat, getting him in the car seat, getting him out of the car seat, putting on his jacket and shoes to go outside, having him come inside when it's time, going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me every step of the way with all these normal daily activities. It constantly feels like I have to force him to do these things, which feels so wrong, but he is always fighting me and crying about doing these very normal things." You recall seeing that message in the records?
I do.
And fair to say there was some comments to the records and also an acknowledgement by the person with the Facebook page, Lindsay Marie Clancy, thanking the contributors for their advice.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon, sir.
So this would be Exhibit 217, which is the Parenting for Littles post by Lindsay, correct?
Correct.
And this was back in May of 2021?
Yes.
And she was talking about her son, who at the time was 19 months old?
That's correct.
Now, as a state police officer, you know how to investigate things, right?
Yes.
You guys must have turned things inside out to find out if Lindsay Clancy was ever abusive to her son Dawson, right?
That's correct.
Found nothing, did you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything on that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll just step, please, sir.
Sure.
I don't know. I was wondering if that was going to come in regards to finding her 19-month-old, who is Dawson, the worst human ever. Who says that? Like, the worst human ever? Oh my. At that point in time, you definitely know that a person needs some help. And they probably shouldn't be having no more kids. The worst human ever? So Doug, she originally complained about postpartum depression and things, maybe about 4 months prior to the incident that we're talking about. Postpartum depression, and what they're saying is that this incident was her in postpartum psychosis. So during the period of time when she was in the postpartum depression, she was seeing medical professions, and they were trying out different medications on her. She started off on something like She started off on Zoloft. She originally didn't take it, but then she went back to take it.
Why? So
Wait a minute.
I'm going to excuse you for today. Come back tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
There they go,
One of the
excuse for
questions
today.
I asked over here was, where are we on the time estimate? All right. I'm told that we are on schedule, if not ahead of schedule, in regards to what we told you. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. We're going to stay here, do a few more things, and I'm just going to remind you, as I've said every night, you have to have an open mind. Don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research about anything. If you see anything about this case or any similar cases, don't read, listen, or watch anything in regards to that. Don't do any research on this or any matters that you have or questions you have in your mind. Don't take any field trips. Don't happen to just be driving by certain areas that you think you want to double check. We've done that. All right. You've worked so hard in this case so far. I just want you to continue to follow those instructions. And with that, I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. I would expect, and every time I say this, I'm usually wrong, but I would expect we'd have a pretty full day tomorrow. Okay? And so with that, I hope you have a nice evening. Hope you stay cool. And we will see you tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Order, all rise. Good. Kindly close the doors, place them on your chairs. Please wait.
Jurors have exited the court. This part of the session, please be seated.
All right. So we're going to be in recess until 3 o'clock. We're going to come back. We'll have a hearing on the defendant's motion for permission to call certain witnesses. So we'll have a hearing on that at 3 o'clock. All right. So we'll be in recess. So basically, parties can kind of get themselves oriented in regards to that motion. So we'll be in recess.
Court, all rise.
Oh, so they're going to have a hearing on that motion that I was telling y'all about in regards to the defense would like to present some additional witnesses at 3 o'clock. So at 3 o'clock, so they got like a 15-minute break? Is that what I'm understanding? For us on this end, it's about 15 minutes? Yeah, look like they may gonna show it. They'll probably they have been previously showing all their hearings. So what do y'all think about that now that that message has came into court? I didn't know if they were gonna put it in there, but we did see it in Discord. And when you add that with everything else that we know and what's going on, what do you guys think? Does that change any of my people that is like, that is mental and nothing else can explain it? Or do we have something else that's kind of out here now? Yeah, so could it be she snapped? I really think she snapped, guys. I think she had mental health issues. I do think that she was suffering from depression and stuff, but I think she snapped. And her snapping, it don't make her not guilty. I think she snapped. I'm gonna give her the snap benefit. Yeah, I'm gonna give her the snap benefit. The snapper benefit. I can't give her nothing else. Yeah, I'm about to bring it up, Marilda. Thank you. Yeah, I'm about to actually bring up my Discord and bring up the that Denise. Denise brought it to our attention first. Shout out to Denise. Um, she put it in the chat for us. Let me get it up here. Yep. I that right there, like, I didn't know, because I think a lot of my feelings and emotions about the case was based off of that, because I had seen evidence that was not presented in the case. But now that it has been presented in the case, I think we damn sure can talk about it now. I mean, this is to me, like, this is a hell of a statement. To me. May 5th, 2021. So he was like in his twos, right? 1.5. Says, I'm looking for some advice, solidarity, ideas, something, just anything. So she reaching out. I am truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human that she has ever encountered in her, 30 plus years on this earth. He is the most difficult. Oh my goodness. Hell, the 19-month-old. Not the 19-month-old. How does that work? I mean that with all love in my heart, but honestly, I cannot make it through a day without getting so frustrated with him. I'm telling y'all, she snapped on Dawson. Y'all, I don't care how this go. It happens. Not saying that it doesn't happen. Parents snap out all the time. They don't have to snap back. And what I would say is that it's something mentally not there where the connection is not happening. It may not be popular opinion. It may not be what people want to hear. And I think that everything else revolving around it is kind of becoming like an excuse. You know, lawyers are there to defend you and to create reasonable doubt and create another way. Yeah, she may very well get off by reasonable mental, the mental insanity. Because, yeah, she is mental, and that's why this happened. But in the same token, on the flip side, I definitely believe that she snapped out on Dawson. Look at all the little cookie crumbs in the pieces, y'all. Y'all better stop thinking. Y'all better... And she could still be mentally ill. And I'm not going to say she wasn't crying out for help. She could have been crying out for help for this. But what I will tell you is that that was the best day ever, according to Patrick. And she sent him out for dinner, not saying that she was planning it. But what I will tell you is that she was trying to get them kids ready for bed. And Dawson may have been having one of his moments, and she just snapped out. I'm telling y'all, put it together with Patrick talking about when he walked in the room, he knew Dawson was gone. Dawson was choked that bad, y'all. Now we can act like it could only be the medication if we want to act like it's only the medication. I don't want to believe that. I don't think I'm gonna believe that anymore. I don't want to believe that part anymore. You know, I didn't want to bring this up in regards to, I know we had the message in Discord, but because it didn't come into the case yet, I didn't know. So now I didn't know if this is really her. But now that we know that it's really her, like, yeah, I got all types of problems with that. Hey, Lon. So she says, you know, he is not my first child. So you can imagine at 19 months, if he was doing this to her, you know, he was running circles around her ass at 3 years old. So not to compare, because I know that every child is different, but just for background, this isn't my first rodeo. Do you see in the caps? Maybe y'all can't see it. Let me blow it up for y'all so I can make sure y'all see this. Every single thing with him is a battle. And it has been this way for a while, since he was maybe like 8 months old. Like, what can an 8-month old do besides cry? I really try to pick my battles and only do what's completely necessary. But I mean everything. Getting out of his crib in the morning and going downstairs. She can't change his diaper. Getting him dressed. Getting him to sit and to eat. Getting him in the car seat. She can't do nothing with Dawson. Getting him out of the car seat. Putting on his jacket. His shoes to go outside. Having him come in the house when it's time. Going to sleep for his nap, and at night, he fights me with every step of the way. With all of these normal activities. I don't know what you guys think. Like, man. Man, no way. No way. No way. Hey, official Nikki News. Yeah, no way. Now, I just don't understand it. If she was having all these problems while she going to one of these, probably a damn echo chamber, why didn't she reach out to any doctors to try to see about getting some help to see if he had some kind of attention, you know, order, or maybe he was autistic, or maybe it was just something deeper. Maybe she didn't keep him entertained. Maybe she wasn't, you know, doing things the right way with him. I just wonder, like, I know that she's on here in regards to this. I think that when she was all talking about them books about parents having good parents still have bad thoughts, when she was reading this type of stuff, it's because of the bad thoughts that she was having against Dawson that she couldn't control in the way she wanted to control him, that he didn't fit in her box. He was a circle. And instead of talking to doctors or pediatricians, it just wasn't that. I don't see where she did any of that, but she was already talking about him having issues, at least with her, in her eyes, at 8 months old. I don't know. Yeah, Martina, and I see you say, yep, my kid was the same. Everything was difficult, and I get that. But I guess my question would be is did you go seek help? Like, did you go to the doctor? Not even talking about family and friends, but did you go seek medical help for your child to kind of see exactly what's going on? Because it doesn't sound like that's what she did. At least we haven't had no evidence so far. So based off of all the evidence that we have that has came into this case, I mean, we got all of these things that saying she was a wonderful and great mother. Yeah, I think she was a wonderful and great mother to maybe two of them. But I really think that Dawson did not fit in her square. He was a circle, and I think that she took it out on him. And maybe that's why she was having the mental anxieties that she was having because certain fact that she didn't know how to deal with him, which caused the extra stress. Yet everyone describes him as a typical lovely little boy. I mean, because he's probably seemed like he was like a normal kid to them, right? But if you was not that square that Lindsay required or that she wanted, and you were a circle, then it sounded like that was a problem with her. I really don't think that I really, and I hate to say it because I don't want her to be found guilty of something that was truly caused by medications or something like that. But I mean, this is a red flag to me. And just the whole thing about how he was unalive. When his ME, when they report, I really, because you know he had bruises on him. But I guess everybody going to say that didn't happen like that. So they going to say there's something about some bruises on him. I really want to kind of see what kind of bruises he had. We already know the baby had bruises that were healing. I don't know what kind of bruises a 8-month old could have that are healing. I don't know. Y'all have to tell me. Unless they talking about the baby scratched himself, and that's how he got a bruise. But when the ME was testifying that they were old bruises because they had scabs, I'm confused. I don't know how 8-month-old gets bruises like that. So y'all have to tell me because I don't know. And I got babies, and none of them had bruises on them. Not at 8 months because they can't do nothing. Everything I'm doing for them. If they need to get up, I'm picking them up and I'm taking them there. They need to sit down, I'm sitting them down. If they need to be fed, I'm feeding them. So yeah, I don't know what babies have stuff at 8 months. Let me see. Oh wait a minute, I can't pin y'all questions right like that. Let me get into my other thing where I can pin y'all questions so everybody can see them, or y'all statements or questions. Let me get that up here. So analyze that Doug says only the professionals can make that determination, and if the meds are the problem, those are things that can be addressed and fixed to prevent future incidents. Absolutely. It's going to be a big difference when it's going to be a battle of the medical professions. That's what I can tell you. We're there. The defense is going to need to bring a medical profession or expert up there that's going to be able to say, hey, yes, this cocktail of medications would cause psychosis. And yes, psychosis, you can go in and out of this psychosis. And yes, you could only hear voices once in your entire lifetime and never hear them again. Yes, that's what the defense is going to need to have presented because the prosecution team is like, no, 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 you are making this all up. And they're going to have their doctors that prescribe this medication and whatever experts come up there and say, this is totally normal. The way they were administered is totally fine. Remember, we do have a civil suit out here. So when we think about jumping all on Patrick's side in regards to stuff, I kind of step back and I'm hesitant on what stuff he may provide because I'm like, But the one good thing about when Patrick did testify, now we have additional testimony from other people, Patrick's dad, other family members, and things like that, in regards to her demeanor, that came in. So I think that a lot of things could have been going on where she was embarrassed and she didn't want to talk about it to other people, which is fair, but it's still not an excuse, like when you go to the lengths that you done went to. I mean, and y'all remember that it takes time to do this. You know, to strangle somebody is not like the movies. She's holding this cord for 5 to 6 minutes on these babies' necks. And it had to be real bad for some of them, because even Cora, I'm assuming she was spitting up blood. So, and that's just putting it just as blank as what it sounded like from the blood on the carpet. But to go one by one by one and don't stop, but you go upstairs, you commit self-inflicted trauma. Your husband comes and he says, "What happened?" You say, "I tried to unalive myself." And where are the children, Lindsay? They're in the basement. She doesn't say anything like, "I tried to unalive them. I heard a voice. Something kept telling me to do it." And I don't know if he could have saved the children or not, but I know he damn sure wish he had them 4 or 5 minutes back from sitting up there with her. That's what I could tell you. And he could have been down there trying to attend to the kids. Because remember, he sat up there for 4 or 5 minutes while EMTs and the ambulance arrived. So that's like another red flag to me. Like, why wouldn't you, after you told him that you tried to unalive yourself, instead of just telling him you got the strength, the wherewithal, you have you got the function, you out of your psychosis at this point in time, because you done told him, I'm assuming you out of your psychosis, or are we saying she's still in psychosis at this point in time? I tried to unalive myself. Where are the kids? In the basement. You don't say anything about the kids that you so dearly love. This is your world. This is your everything. Patrick was thinking that they were safe in the basement, and that's why he didn't run down there. I think that, yeah, I don't like that either. So no, I don't like that part either about how that happened. It's different when you're raising kids by yourself, but still have a man in your house. Yeah, I think it's hard either way, right? And little boys are like little girls, aren't like little girls. And she wasn't prepared for that poor little boy. Yeah, for real, especially one that demands his turn at all attention. And the middle child, I think middle child syndrome is something, right? And it really gets tough, like when they see mom pregnant, because the jealousy, they act out for attention. And then once the baby gets here, remember, we heard about the story. They all sitting at the kitchen table. The nanny testified to it. The nanny said, Cora took something from Dawson. Dawson didn't hit Cora. He hit the baby Colin. Come on, y'all. Y'all, come on, put it together. Put this stuff together. Take it to trial. Sweet Pea gang, get it together. Come on, walk down this line with me. And I'm not saying all the other things cannot be true. And when I say all the other things that could not be true, like I'm not saying that she couldn't have been on medications that could have affected some things. I'm not saying any of that. What I am saying is that this was clearly an issue, okay? And please stop sweeping it up under the rug. That's all I'm saying. Please, let's stop. That's all I'm saying to everybody, because everybody want to act like we just gonna say the medication because we don't have anything else to say. But it was clearly some issues going on up in this joint. Now, clearly some issues going on up in this joint, and it could still be the same thing with the medication, but two things can be true. So there you go. Let me see. That letter sounds like one thing to add to premeditation, and she used as her defense if she gets caught. And I hate how this reads sometimes. Sorry, guys, and I know it probably looked terrible on the screen. I got to figure out another. I got to have put it on a dark background. The letter sounds like it sounds like one thing to add to premeditation, and to use as her defense if she got caught. And did she get up every morning on time or laid in the bed until she felt like Dylan? I don't know. I don't know about that, Liam. I think Patrick knew Dawson was not her favorite because he sent her a pic of when Dawson dressed himself for the first time, like it was a proud moment. Possibly. Martina said, I did everything, including having, okay. Yeah, sorry that you had to go through that, Martina. Yeah, you say change the country. You was trying to do it all. Yeah, sorry to hear about that. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, just trying to figure out, and sometimes you just kind of got to take a step back. Sweet Pea, I think so too. She took it out on the baby. Sometimes you got to take a step back. I'm going to tell you, like, just from personal experience and just being a mom, my baby, it was a point in time where, when you go through potty training, now I ain't gonna say no sleep training, because I ain't never heard no sleep training, but potty training. And I couldn't understand why I couldn't get her potty trained. Right. And, I know people was like, oh, you got to spank her. You gotta punish her. You gotta give her some kind of punishment for not going to the potty. And, because my parents, they old school. Yeah, I used to get whoopings, y'all. My ass whooped. So all they knew is whoopings, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. I survived. But I was like, I shouldn't have to, do those type of things, right? Because eventually it will come, to her naturally. And thank goodness, I had the sense and the wherewithal not to go through with like maybe I did with my first daughter, maybe just sit down and okay, well, wait a minute. I know all kids are different, but maybe it's some underlying issues, and bingo. Took her to the doctor and it was. So I'm me sitting up here, I would have just been going by somebody else's thought because of something with another kid and punishing my daughter when it was something that she just truly couldn't control. Because everybody's not the same. So I didn't go to a blog. I didn't go to the book, what to expect when they turn 24 months, what to expect when they 12 months. I didn't do anything. I went to the doctor. What is going on? I'm trying to potty train her. Like, and this is what we try to do. And then we found out it was a bigger issue. So I think that people have to step back and actually try to, because of, autism and different things that's going on with kids that are being recognized and different patterns. Now, you really, really got to take the time out instead of just thinking it's a problem with the kid. It might be just a problem with you. That's what I started to think. That it's just a problem with the parent and the way you looking at stuff. But there you go. Well, if he was autistic, sometimes self-harm is present. I don't know the degree of his, but it does happen. Yeah, I don't know. He was only 3 years old, so I don't know if self-harming was really like in his realm of things for him.
In regards to
They back in court, guys. I'm gonna put y'all back. I'm gonna put us back in this court so we can hear this hearing.
Permission to call
Give
witnesses.
me 1 second.
I know that this was filed this morning, but it's kind of hand in glove with issues that were raised a couple of weeks ago. At least mention the same witnesses. So I'm going to hear first from the defendant. They'll hear from the Commonwealth. I will probably take it under advisement and review some of the other documents, but I want to make this decision as soon as I can, so everybody kind of can plan on how they go based on the decision. So, so Mr. Reddington, let me hear you first on this.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, I don't have to belabor the obvious. This is a murder trial, very serious business, and we've all been working very hard on the discovery, which, as you can tell, is voluminous. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of state police interviews. And I mentioned, about with the government. They have cops, they have people going out and interviewing, they have videos, they have chemists, they have detectives, they have local cops. They want a cup of coffee, they can send 5 cops down the street to get one. I'm it, except for my son Patrick, who helps me out getting coffee, all right? And the reason I sound frustrated is that they are objecting 2 weeks ago because they need time to review, to cross-examine doctors on very basic items of evidence that are their items of evidence. Not one of those witnesses is adding or bringing anything new to the discovery, if you will. And not by way of excuse, but, I am a sole practitioner. In the past, May, June, July, in the past 3 months, I've had a murder, a rape, and 2 back-to-back federal trials that ended 1 week before we impaneled on this case. I have worked really hard to pull this case together with expert witnesses, civilian witnesses, private investigators been investigating. I provide everything to them as soon as I get it, and they have been doing the same with me. I haven't objected to one thing that they have offered. They put an AutoCAD, computer animated display disc on my desk last week. I didn't complain about it, run to you and try to exclude it. I said, fine, no problem, put it in my pile and move on. That's it. So to suggest that they need time to be able to cross-examine both, I've had trials with both of these prosecutors. They're both experienced. They're very, very familiar with the trial of major criminal cases. I feel that they're more than capable of being able to cross-examine, for example, number one, Dr. Volkovich, who is a board-certified emergency medicine physician. His report indicates that he has taken a look at South Shore Hospital, he's taken a look at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, he's taken a look at the photographs. That's their evidence. That's all he looked at. And all he's doing is basically what all of their South Shore doctors came in and testified to as to the nature of the injuries, in his opinion, the type of injury that she suffered, talking about the injuries to the right and left wrist as well as the neck. In his opinion, dealing with suicide attempts, that it's a legitimate suicide attempt. There's no secrets, there's nothing new that they have to prepare to cross-examine him on. Dr. Laposada is a doctor that is well known to most of us, and I've been using Dr. Laposada's fine services for the past decade or longer. I know that both of these attorneys are familiar with her. She's not bringing anything new to the table. She's bringing her opinion based upon their evidence as to the medical records, x-rays, all of the rest of the indicia of the injury that she suffered. Now, they're talking about Lindsay going out and hanging off of a window and then doing, like I said, the Spider-Man slide down the side of the house, apparently. Absolutely ridiculous. She dove out that window, she hit her head, and she suffered what Dr. Laposada refers to as a Jefferson fracture of the spine that is very, very, very typical for this type of an injury. When somebody dives into the shallow end of a pool, they get that injury, unfortunately. When somebody, kids are on a boat and they're drunk and one of them jumps off a mast into the shallow end of the water off of Cape Cod, they get that type of injury. Superman, when he gets thrown off the horse, 6 feet high, same injury. That's all. She's not bringing any esoteric theory to this case that they need time to prepare. Interestingly enough, the Brigham and Women's Hospital records do make reference to the Jefferson fracture, right from jump. She also opinion that if they try to say that there are bruises to these little babies that were inflicted by her, they're absolutely wrong. And Dr. Laposada would indicate that these are consistent with either EMT, God bless those first responders, but they were in a panic and they're trying to take care of these kids and pick them up and run them up to their trucks and vehicles. So and other, obviously the interosseous injection into the legs, the shins, thighs, all of these bruises are from medical intervention, not Lindsay Clancy. That's what she would testify to. That's it. They don't need time to prepare to cross-examine for that. Finally, I have Dr. Condy. Dr. Condy signed even better than a report. He signed an affidavit. And again, it's based upon medical records that we all have. Way back when this case first started, the government presented the case to the grand jury. First thing I said to Lindsay was sign a release. Let the government get all the medical records. We'll all have access to them. This case is obviously going to be predicated upon the medical records, psychiatric records. We signed every release. They got every document and had them into the grand jury. I got copies. They have copies. Condy would testify to the horrific, in his opinion, failure to comply with the standard of care that would govern psychiatrists, psychologists, Dr. Tufts, who's going to be testifying tomorrow, nurse practitioner Gelada, the other individual from the McLean Hospital, all records that they've had for years. So they don't need time to prepare for cross-examination. So weeks ago, counsel, after I gave them copies of all of these reports and affidavit, strike that, I'm sorry, the reports I just got, and I just sent them the affidavit from Condy they already have, I disclosed to them what my opinion would be of the opinions from these doctors that would be testifying, and the report carries that out. I suggest to the court that to strip Lindsay's ability to present evidence in support of her defense, number one, it would not be in the interest of justice. I'd like to hear a DA stand up and say, in the interest of justice in this case, because weeks ago we got this information and we're not prepared to testify, to cross-examine the testifying witnesses, I think even Your Honor would agree is a disingenuous argument. She came in and said to you, oh, Rule 14 matters, and it applies to the government just as it applies to the defense, and therefore you should exclude these witnesses. Well, if I messed up, and it's my trial schedule that caused me to not be able to have written reports of the stuff that they've had for years to prepare to cross-examine these witnesses, then it's my fault, and it deprives her of effective assistance of counsel, because that would then deprive her of her defense. This is a pathologist, an emergency room doctor, and a doctor who would testify to the standards that would apply to these doctors that they're going to call as their witnesses, which is another interesting fillip, if you will, where they're calling Tufts, Gelada, the other individuals from McLean, all treating physicians of her that are all lined up to come in and testify against her on this case. Fine, bring it. But at least give me the ammunition to counter it.
Let me ask you this, kind of go backwards. In regards to Dr. Condy, the affidavit really speaks more towards the standard of care.
That's right. He's not giving an opinion of criminal responsibility.
Right, but I'm struggling to see how that comes in. Now, maybe.
Well, he's the doctor that I'm using for toxicology.
That's what I feel. But though, the reason I'm asking that is I'm not sure in this case is the standard of care necessarily as relevant as to in regards as opposed to causation. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, I think the standard of care does speak to causation. He doesn't have to use it as standard of care. He can use it as his opinion as to the first doctor that she spoke to, Dr. Tufts, when she presents with a bipolar 1 presentation, and then Tufts prescribes an SSRI to her, which flies in the face of any rational psychiatrist and what they would prescribe and do. He's more than qualified to testify.
That's a different question, and that may be more admissible than someone saying, oh, I found what the standard of care, and I find that this violates it. If we have got an expert who says, listen, I am qualified, I looked at these records, I disagree, with that treatment, I'd be more inclined to allow that than to get into the standard of care, which is obviously consistent more with the civil world.
So with that, I can reach out to Dr. Condi and have him delete reference to standard of care in his report and address the actual treatment as to an opinion as to its appropriateness. But again, on the issue that they're raising, that they need time to prepare to cross-examine, I don't think that lies even if he revises his report by removing standard of care.
Well, let me ask you this, because I haven't had an opportunity. This is probably what I'm going to have to look at tonight. Is Dr. Condi adding anything to the expert disclosures that have already been made? Because I know there's disclosures.
He's taking the medical records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean Hospital, and just commenting on the care and the treatment that was presented to her as a patient looking for help. That's all he's doing. He's not adding anything. He's talking about the prescriptions that were provided to her, the SSRIs, the antipsychotics, the benzodiazepines, all of that. That's what his opinion is predicated upon, which is all of the prescriptions that the government has already introduced into evidence and is well aware of.
Right, I understand, but I know that the parties have already exchanged reports months ago, and I know that everybody did that. And I haven't had a chance to review specifically the defendant's reports. And is there an expert who is going to address these kind of issues already?
No. Dr. Condi was my toxicologist and my physician that would give an opinion as to the appropriateness of the treatment that she received, especially as it relates to the prescriptions. I mean, Dr. Laposada is a pathologist. She has nothing to do with it. Dr. Zeisel is a psychologist. He has nothing to do with it. Dr. Resnick is a psychiatrist specializing in infanticide. He's not addressing that issue, and nor is Dr. Spinelli, who is a postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis expert. So Dr. Condi is my expert for toxicology and care, level of care that she received.
All right.
Which guts the defense if their argument that they need time to cross-examine or prepare results in an exclusion.
Okay, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to Dr. Condi, one of my points is going to be that his affidavit addresses the standard of care, which is more of the civil issue, but you've already addressed that. With defense counsel's pivot that he would then instead testify about the treatment of the defendant in toxicology, looking at the affidavit in which he outlines his qualifications, he's not a toxicologist. He's a physician licensed here in Massachusetts. He's done a residency in general psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and forensic psychiatry, but he's not a toxicologist. And also, it's not just us having all the same records that makes for cross-examination to be fundamentally fair. There's more to cross-examination than just having the underlying data. It's also knowing more about the expert, being able to look into their publications and their prior testimony, and being able to prepare to rebut anything that they might testify to. And where we have this late disclosure, which was 1 week prior to trial starting, that's fundamentally unfair to the Commonwealth. And I think what Dr. Condi would be testifying to, if it's just limited to her treatment and what was prescribed to her, that's covered by the other 3 experts that defense already has. They all talk about her treatment, the prescription she was on, and the effects those had on her. So I think that would be redundant, and it would be unfair to the Commonwealth to add this 4th expert to talk about the same things that the other 3 experts are going to talk about when we haven't had a chance to prepare for this particular expert. For Dr. Laposada, what we have is a 2.5-page letter to Attorney Reddington outlining her thoughts, but it doesn't say what her opinions are based on. It doesn't say which materials she's reviewed and what she's relying on. So I would suggest that it's an insufficient report. And again, with the delayed disclosure, for example, she talks about Jefferson fracture causing the injuries. Well, if we had this information previously and knew this is what they were going to argue, we could have obtained our own expert to talk about the mechanism of injury and Jefferson fractures and all of those things. But we weren't told until a week before trial that she would even potentially be a witness. And then we get this report on July 26th. That's a 2.5-page letter.
But didn't we have multiple trauma surgeons, neurosurgeons who've testified, who treated her? Couldn't someone just ask, is that consistent with, and that's pretty much, if I'm looking at Dr. LaPosada's note, I'm not sure I would allow in opinions regarding whether or not it's a serious suicide or not, but she does indicate it's consistent with landing on somebody, on an individual's head.
Well, Your Honor, we had a trauma surgeon from the South Shore Hospital testify who said that the injuries that Ms. Clancy sustained were a level 1 and she had to be transported to another hospital where doctors who were trained in those injuries could operate on her. So we didn't think that she would have the knowledge and the training and experience to testify about the nature of those injuries and how they occur. The trauma surgeon from Brigham and Women's Hospital is with the military and is overseas in the Middle East and so was unavailable. But had we known that this was going to be an issue and they were going to allege this particular type of fracture, we would have endeavored to get another expert in replace of the doctor who treated her at Brigham and Women's. But we didn't know that this would even be an issue until a week before trial. And again, this letter is dated July 26th, and it doesn't tell us which records, which reports, or which what medical journals or training or anything that these opinions are based on.
Well, that could be done by voir dire. I mean, the Commonwealth has at least inferred through their case that this was not a serious suicide attempt, right? I mean, and there's questions about whether or not somebody's hanging outside the window or not. And so why wasn't this an issue that the Commonwealth could have anticipated would come up?
The position of the Commonwealth isn't that it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. It's that the methods that were chosen were insufficient to achieve the goal. And the reasons for that, we would argue in our closing. I don't think we have to disclose that theory at this point, but we've never said it wasn't a serious suicide attempt. We've never said it was a fake suicide attempt. What we've endeavored to develop from the testimony is that the methods that were chosen were methods that would be unsuccessful, but we're not saying it wasn't a serious attempt. And I think the reasons for that will become clearer when the doctors give their testimony. But it's our position that she was attempting to kill herself that night, and there are various reasons and factors where she was unsuccessful in killing herself, but successful in killing her children.
But there's been all kinds of testimony regarding, it seems to be a dispute of whether or not she's hanging from the windowsill or goes out head first. There's some testimony that's been raised, even with the blood experts, and things that she may have been hanging from the windowsill. Dr. LaPosada, it seems what they're seeking is those injuries are consistent with somebody who lands on their head.
So would the court allow us to call a witness who's not on our witness list to rebut that evidence?
Yeah, I would consider that. Sure. I would have no problem with that. And this is kind of what, why I didn't make a decision on this earlier, because I had to kind of see how the case develops. And this issue of how this injury occurs is certainly, it's either been specifically and explicitly raised or inferred in multiple questions. Even to the length to the part of, the cuts and things like that. It's been over and over and over. So if the Commonwealth seeks to get somebody to rebut that, I would strongly consider that. And in regards to Dr. LaPosada's Opinion, we may need a voir dire in regards to, but I wouldn't imagine the voir dire would take that long. It would be, you know, did you view, you know, the x-rays? I mean, that kind of an injury is probably pretty clear on the x-rays or the MRIs.
If we could get a list from defense counsel on what she's basing her opinion on, so we can have our witness review the same material.
Let me tell you right now, it's just simple. It's just the South Shore Hospital medical records, Brigham and Women's medical records that have already been discussed with the jury.
Why don't we do this, just so it's clear, because when a witness is on the stand, it's much easier to have something in writing to say, is this what you relied on? So if you could get from Dr. LaPosada what she is relying upon to form that opinion, I'm, like I said, I'm inclined to allow that opinion, and I would allow then the Commonwealth to present a rebuttal witness if they seek to.
And just note our objection
Sure.
to that, but also the third expert, what we have here is a letter dated August 4th. That's a page and a half. That's not even signed by, I believe it's Dr. Volkovich.
Yeah. I'm more concerned with that is whether or not the opinion is admissible. The opinion, as I see it, is he's reviewed the medical records, and it's his opinion these are injuries that commonly observed in, the quote is, serious suicide attempts.
We could delete serious.
Yeah, I mean, or even suicide attempts. That's an opinion.
Their doctors waxed eloquently about suicide and whether or not it's, I mean, we could delete serious.
But I'm just concerned that how are we going to kind of parse out what he looked at? 100 other cases, and then we go through into all of those. So I'm going to have to take a look. That's what I'm going to take under advisement for sure. That doesn't mean he may have other opinions I'm going to have to look at. I think he talked about some of his observations as an emergency room doctor, I think, didn't he? Yeah, I'm more reluctant to allow in that individual's opinion that this was a suicide attempt.
So their South Shore doctors are able to talk about, you know, superficial, as we've heard for a week now, but his opinion that it's consistent with what he's observed in his emergency room treatment is not admissible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is that he can't necessarily give the opinion, I've looked at this, it's my opinion this was a suicide attempt. But he could certainly testify, I've looked at the cuts, these are, you know, the phrase superficial. I think that's been kind of mixed up in this whole thing too. That seems to be more of a medical term as opposed to
well, no,
that.
they basically beat it to death with not being a medical term until we were able to show that in fact it's it was deep, 3.5 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call this doctor, he's going to say, that's a significant cut.
Okay.
That's different than saying, looking at that, I find that this is a suicide attempt. Just like there's never been an opinion here that this was not a suicide attempt. That's probably something that the jury
now, but it wasn't a week ago.
Well, that's going to probably be for the jury to determine. But I would allow kind of going into the characteristics that have already been testified to. And I don't. We need a further voir dire on that doctor as well. But I think he lists in there kind of what he reviewed. But
he did.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Anything else in regards to those three witnesses? No. All right. No. So I'm going to take this under advisement, but just kind of for what I'm inclined to do is I'm going to take a look at Dr. Condi's report and compare it to some of the other reports. I'm inclined to let Dr. LaPosada testify that the injuries are consistent with basically a fall on the head. And the last doctor I'm going to take a look at kind of his language, but I would not be allowing in that his opinion that this is a suicide attempt. But he may testify as to all the other observations that he took from those records. All right.
Understood. Just no my objection for what it's worth.
All right. And so I'll note the Commonwealth's objection. I'll note the defendant's objection. And so, and like I said, I'll take it under advisement, and everybody can renew those objections
As it
again.
relates to Condi, once you make your decision, you let me know. I can certainly reach out to him and have him delete this standard as to standard of care and just reference the actual treatment and prescriptions that you received.
All right. All right, so I'll take a look at this. I'll have this tomorrow morning for everybody when you come in.
Great.
All right?
Thank you.
So anything else we need to address?
Just in case there's a problem, Dr. Laposada has been working with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Drake, Drake Laboratories, that is putting together an auto computer animated display of coming out the window, the injuries to the neck, showing the vertebrae and that type of thing, which is all based upon evidence that's already in evidence here. So I haven't got it yet. It's not done yet. So I don't want to not say anything about it now because they'll be objecting to it tomorrow, I'm sure.
I assume we'll have to take a look at that.
Yep.
And give the Commonwealth the opportunity to view it and hear the arguments in regards. It may be something nobody has objected to, or maybe, I don't know. All right?
Would have an objection to it, and it
You
goes
don't
back-
know. You haven't seen it.
No, well, it goes back to the whole position that, we have the right to, if we want to obtain another expert, and then
Sure.
that expert could review that material and use it to form his opinion. This is different than the 3D diagram of the house that the Commonwealth gave. The defense was on notice that that was coming, the basis of it, the measurements, what the house looked like itself, and so that was turned over. This is completely different.
And I just note that, as I said, the medical records that the government has talks about Jefferson fracture. You might remember 2 weeks ago or 2.5 weeks ago when they first raised their objection, I told you that I can't know what they're going to argue until they argue it. So I didn't know whether or not they were going to say that it's a fake suicide or that she didn't jump out the window. I had to wait to see what their opening was. Now I know I have to rebut it.
We were almost out of here till you mentioned that 3D
sorry.
thing. So why don't we do this? We'll wait on that.
Okay.
All right? I'm not committing one way or the other in regards to that. We'll see. And so you maybe the testimony with the 3D, the testimony without the 3D. We'll just kind of see where we go. All right? All right. So thanks everybody for kind of buckling down and going through that so we could resolve that as best we can. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
So we'll be in recess on this matter till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
So what do you guys think? So I guess we'll find out in regards to the order tomorrow morning. But yeah, I'm still kind of like, yeah, I got to think about a lot of this stuff here. Me personally, like, I don't know. I never even got to that thought process in regards to why she didn't. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. Hey, Moni, say, okay, the prosecutor is now saying she is not alleging it was serious unaliving attempt, huh? That's all she been saying. Superficial cuts. Yeah. Yeah, it was another short day. Motherfucker, I don't know. I never even thought about it, to be honest. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, guys. Let me cancel this before I try to go into that. So Doug say, look, the cuts were so superficial in my opinion. I agree with that assessment. She couldn't go through with the pain of cutting, so she improvised and decided that she wanted to jump from the window. I can see that. Motherfucker said it would have been a lot quicker. I'm telling y'all, I think she really snapped. I think that he was running around and I think she snapped. Oh yeah, would have been messier and a lot louder. Yeah. Martina said, I think the prosecutor is a liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Bach, I am not gonna go there with you. Not the swan dive. That's worse than Spider-Man. Not the swan dive. Whoa. Ay, ay, ay. I cannot. Well, guys, I think I told y'all earlier, if you didn't hear, my baby, she does have an appointment. I do want to be, I'm glad the court ended. I kind of figured it was going to end kind of early today. Well, you know, that's kind of been our MO. So, of them ended between 3 and 4. So this kind of works out perfect. So I can get her to her appointment today. We will, I think that depending on how long it takes me for her appointment, I do want to do part 2 to our new case alert. I may try to do that when I get back. So hopefully we shouldn't be gone that long. I stay all the way out in the buoy, so it just takes me a while to get to places, but we shouldn't be that long down there. So hopefully, if time works out, then I'll try to schedule a stream. I know that you guys will be over there on probably Discord at Crime Club. If you haven't signed up for Crime Club, one of the mods, if you could please drop the link for Crime Club so those that are not involved in Crime Club or our Discord family, they can access it. It's just an app where the crime just always continues. Either I'm dropping documents over there or we got a Lindsay tab. Oh, matter of fact, I need to make a tab for our new case alert for Monday. I'll get that over there. And where awesomeness keeps happening. And Crime Club is kind of like Fight Club. Whatever happens in Crime Club stays over there in Crime Club because it's not recorded. You can't rewind it, and it's in real time action. So, yeah. And you gotta have a pass. You gotta have the secret word to get in. I don't know what the secret word is, but we're gonna get a secret word. Gabber, if you asking me my thing in regards to snap, I think that I use the word snap in regards to mental and anger in 2 different ways. So because I think that when a person snap, like something mentally is broken, right? It's not firing on all cylinders, and it didn't hit that cylinder to stop you from doing whatever horrible or whatever horrific thing that you are accused of doing. Like, I think that anybody that commits a redrum or something like that has some type of mental defect to some degree. Because when even if she snapped and she's like holding him, whatever he was doing, this is just my thoughts. This is nothing that has came into court. But if that was the case, then, something would have told her to kind of like, stop. And she didn't have that snap back. Like the show Snap. Like they were on there because a lot of them, it just snaps. Like, and they just don't, it just snaps. And fortunately, they just don't get to the other ways that they can resolve certain things. But I definitely think it's something mental when I say it. You say typically snap means being fed up with whatever condition it is that triggers you. Yeah, I just use snapback just as a thing that's what I describe it as, and I just think that it's just when you snap, you don't have that. You snap, and you don't have the snap back. So you snap on someone and you don't have the snap back, right? Because you can snap on him, right? But you don't have that comeback where you can snap back out of it. Like the shit, it's just not firing. Hey, CCG. It was overturned? Are you serious? Whoa. Oh, wow. Thanks for that news, CCG. Wow. Interesting. I mentioned it earlier because I said I wonder how he did her in trial. Because we find that he's very treating Lindsay with like, baby gloves. And I was wondering how he treated the African American lady. So his it was overturned. I need to look that up. CC, where did you find the information at? Or did they report it on the news? You said it was overturned today. And not allowing that testimony in. Like, yeah, if it's good for Lindsay for it to come in, I think it should have been good for her. I think. And clearly they thought so too. But he surely kept it out. And she probably don't have all the resources and things that Lindsay has. CC, are you on Discord? If you're on Discord, can you put it in there? Oh yeah, analyze, Doug. No, it is not an excuse for defense. But I just hate that nobody considers that. They don't. Nobody is looking at that. I ain't gonna say nobody because I am. Nobody is thinking outside of the box. Everybody just blames it on the medications, and I don't want to blame it all the way on the medications. I'm not saying that they're not the cause of it. They very well can be the cause of it. That very well may be the case, but I also think that she was having issues with her middle baby, regardless of what we may want to say or not. Okay, that's the name of it. Okay, I can't even remember. Okay, I know I showed it on our stream last week. Okay. I was like, yeah, they brought that. What was the coincidence? Oh, good. And you say it was overturned. That tells you some things. He better get real careful. So he probably gonna be real careful with this case for real. I don't know if her name was Deborah. Okay, yeah, this one, her name is not Deborah. Okay, you saying this is one that happened in Colorado? No, guys, the case that that CCG is talking about. Dang, let me see if I can find it in my thing and I can show it to y'all real quick before we get off. Let me see if I can find it in my history. And let me see which one of y'all gonna go look up all the goods and get all the good information for me while I'm at the doctor's office with the baby. I tell you. We might need to do a stream about this, because that's good information for us. When I seen that, when I was looking, I was like, wait a minute. And now to hear that it's overturned, let me see if I can find it. I can't remember what stream we were streaming on, but it should be in my YouTube history. Give me a second. Okay, here, I think this is it right here.
Again, he's not on trial, and he has suffered so much. Somebody else.
They started, and to be responsible.
And Clancy is white, lived in Duxbury. The judge allowed Clancy's mental health records as evidence, but not
for both trials.
Okay.
Serving. Introduce you to
That
Latasha.
was recently overturned by this judge. Same kind. I mean, kind of, sort of the same kind of circumstances, guys. Let me write it down, because I'm gonna start looking into some information about it.
Sanders, a Brockton woman, serving 2 mandatory life sentences for killing her sons, Marlon, age 8, and Lasan, age 5. The Sanders case is relevant because the similarities with the Clancy case are striking. Both defendants were charged in Plymouth County by the same district attorney with the same crime, first-degree murder, and similar mental health defenses. Even the same judge, William Sullivan, on the bench for both trials.
Okay, now we're starting to see how differently these cases are playing out. The media coverage and public support have been much higher in the Clancy case. Talking demographics, Sanders is black from Brockton, Clancy is white, lived in Duxbury. The judge allowed Clancy's mental health records as evidence, but not for Sanders. Right now, Sanders is appealing that decision, asking for a retrial because her lawyer says there is evidence she was mentally ill.
That she suffered from paranoid schizophrenia and that she was highly likely symptomatic at the time that this occurred. So it's simply wrong that the jury never heard the evidence.
So we are back now with Chief Legal Analyst Michael Cohen, and joining the conversation, NBC 10 courtroom insider Sue O'Connell. The eerie thing about this is Sanders was found guilty 1 month before the Clancy incident happened, and just another overlapping moment there. But why, Michael, in a legal view, why were they allowed to keep her medical records out, Sanders, and Clancy there in fully?
It's a question of relevance, and the court in the Clancy case sees that the pre-existing history of treatment for postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, the attempts to get further medical treatment and medicines to treat that, all of that predates the murders. And so, therefore, it's more likely relevant. I think in the Sanders case, at least in part, the court was looking at it as there's nothing that supports in those medical records that she was suffering from it before or even at the time. You've got some testimony that subsequent to it, it was likely she was suffering from it. And I think it's splitting up very close here. Supreme Court may see it very differently than the trial judge, because you would hope that the jury would get the full history here. But that's part of the question that trial judges have to deal with is the evidence relevant, and does this evidence support your defense?
Let's talk to Sue about the decision-making power of the district attorney. So the Plymouth County DA is Timothy Cruz. He was called out yesterday in court for bringing the first-degree murder charge against Clancy. Her defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, even pointed him out to the jury during opening statements. Let's pull up that moment.
They brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman.
So, Sue, take us in the courtroom for the drama of that moment. And also, what about the decision-making political power of a DA, both in the Sanders and the Clancy?
So that's one thing that I do want to mention, is that I think the reason why the Sanders and the Clancy case, you know, why they bringing this up, right? I think the DA had to charge Clancy with this. I mean, although it is a lot of premeditation, but I think that if they would have went back and they would have not charged her, it would probably been like when this case came up, like, oh, but you charged the the poverty African American lady with certain stuff, but you don't charge her with first degree, and she has all the receipts for everything for first degree. So I think that was the same judge. Yep, Gabber, it's the same judge. Yep. So he's been dealing with this stuff. You know, he's been dealt with this stuff for a while. But like I said, for Sanders, he didn't let the medical records come in. And now we see that that decision has been overturned. So, boom. All right, guys. Well, let me go ahead and take her. I got it up here. I am going to look some more into this. Yeah, I think that's right, CC. I think he's gonna be very careful right now. I'm gonna look into some more stuff. CC, if you are on Discord, if you find any information, you can put it over there. That would be awesome. All right, guys, I will play the the outro song, our outro song, but I gotta go. All right, I will talk to y'all in a minute. Hopefully, we can stream later. Peace. Oh, thank you. Y'all know I always thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later.